How's that? All right. Good morning, everyone. We're actually starting with our Executive Audit and Governance Committee, and then we will, so that we can hear our internal audit update, and then we will gavel out, and then we will gavel back into our full trustee meeting and continue from there. Every quarter, we'll have our internal audit report. Anta Kulabali is here with us today. Thank you, welcome. And she's going to be going over the quarterly report, and then we'll have time for questions and discussion. We appreciate having you here. I know you've been busy building your team and working on internal audits, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Steve. Good morning, everyone. As Steve mentioned, the goal of today's discussion is to provide the board with an update of audit activities. Over the past 7 months, the internal audit function has advanced its plan and delivered results that strengthen compliance, improve processes, and mitigate risks. So today I'll give you an overview of the audit and advisory projects we completed. I'll also give you a brief overview of the rationale behind the request for authorization to plan and information services risk assessment. After that, I'll discuss hotline statistic, and I'll wrap up with staffing update. So as you may recall, the audit plan that was approved in December 2024 included a total of 18 projects. Of these, 4 are complete, 4 are in progress, and the remaining 10 are planned for the rest of fiscal year 2026. So the first audit we completed was related to identity and access management processes. And the goal of that review was to assess the effectiveness of identity and access management controls. While I cannot discuss observations in detail, I mean, we'll review these during the executive session we have at 11:30. I can share that controls are generally effective in that area. We did identify some opportunities for improvements and made recommendations to close those gaps. Management agreed with those recommendations, and they started working on implementing corrective action plan items. After the identity and access management review, we completed an assessment of post-award closeout processes, and the objective of that review was to assess controls over the closeout process. To give some context, the closeout process is kind of the final step in sponsored award management. It ensures that deliverables are met, that finances are reconciled, and that compliance obligations have been met as well. When that process is done well, it allows the institution to protect its integrity. It also improves audit readiness and improves the university's standing for future award. Overall controls are effective in that area. We did identify a couple of opportunities for improvement. The observations we made are listed on the slide. We made recommendations to close the gaps that we identified, and again, management agreed with all the recommendations we made, and corrective action plans are being implemented. After that, we completed an assessment of university health services revenue cycle. And the objective of this review was to evaluate the effectiveness of internal controls over billing and collection processes. Now, this is a critical process because it allows the stronger the controls in that area, the more likely the health center and the university as a whole is to collect money related to services provided. While controls are generally effective in that area, we found a couple of opportunities for improvement. The key observations we made are listed on the slide. Management agreed with all our recommendations, and they're working on implementing corrective action plan items. We also completed an advisory project. We assessed travel expenses reimbursement processes, and the goal here wasn't so much to determine whether controls were effective or not, but it was to determine, opportunities for improvement, opportunities to make the process a bit more user-friendly and a bit more streamlined. So what we did there was, collecting and reviewing data from a variety of sources and mapping the process as it was at the time of the audit and working with stakeholders to map the process, like the future state. The difference between these two gave us kind of an idea of where the pain points were and what kind of recommendations to make to improve the process. So we made 11 recommendations across 4 categories. I'm not going to go over each one of them because I believe they are included in the travel advisory report you received. But overall, I mean, we estimate that if management implements all of these recommendations, it could reduce in a decrease in processing time of about 47%. Because this is an advisory project, management retains full discretion as to what, if any, of these recommendations will be implemented, and we won't perform any formal follow-up actions in that area. So this is an overview of the status of our follow-up activities. Once we release an audit report, and when that report includes management action plans, we go back and follow up with management when the due date of a specific action plan item arrives to confirm that that action plan item has been implemented. So of the 50 recommendations that we are keeping track of, 23 have been implemented and are closed. 27 are in progress, and as of July 31st of this year, none were past due. Well, that brings me to the end of the updates related to the audit plan. I'm going to pause for questions, concerns before moving on to the request for authorization.
Tim, touch the mic, turn that on, please.
All right. Have you noticed any change in the rigor on the closeout process as required by the feds with the new administration?
That's an important question, and yes, management takes these very seriously, and that's evidenced by the fact that we don't have a past due management action plan item. Right now, at least we didn't have one as of July 31st. We work very collaborative. We work closely with them to ensure that they have the resources to implement those action plans timely.
Renee. Were the number of recommendations that you and the team made, do you feel like they were a reasonable number? Was it low? Was it high? I'm sure it varies by project, but would you have expected, just curious, that there would always be some recommendations?
That's a good question, and you're right. The number of recommendations kind of vary because in one audit might require us to assess 10 controls, while when another one might require us to assess only 2 controls. So that's one element that kind of impacts the number of recommendations we made. Another one is the effectiveness of the controls we're testing. And typically, when we conduct audits, we expect to find some gaps because internal controls have inherent limitations. People forget or they're not trained appropriately. When we come across instances where, say, 80% or 90% of the controls we tested are defective, the report rating reflects that. So that report is flagged as high risk. So far, we haven't encountered instances like these. Typically, the exception rate as a whole is about 20 to 30%, which is in line with, expectations for an organization this size.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Anta.
Hello.
For the IAM audit, there was a recommendation that was this one, the inconsistent deactivation of terminated accounts. And it said that the recommendation was to do a full reconciliation. What will be the intervals of that reconciliation?
So when we find a gap, we typically make a recommendation to, like a stopgap measure, to close to stop the bleed, so to speak, right away. And that's what that recommendation was intended to do. So we asked the payroll office to complete a full reconciliation of terminated employee as of, I think the date of the report was May of 25. So as of that date, to ensure that accounts linked to terminated employees were no longer active. We then asked them to put controls in place because we found that one of the reasons why that gap existed in the first place was because the process was mostly manual. So we asked them to automate that process, kind of reduce the likelihood that things fall through the cracks.
So as employees are terminated, the reconciliation will happen, and so it's not going to be something that happens monthly or quarterly or annually. It's going to be as each employee is terminated, or?
So technically, the reconciliation should happen at least quarterly. We expect once they automate that control, we don't expect to see gaps at all. But again, it's always important to complete those reconciliations every so often. So I'll follow up with them to ensure that it's something they keep doing.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, go ahead with the next item.
Sure. So this relates to a request for authorization to plan an assessment of information services. And there are two reasons why we're discussing this today. The first one is this wasn't included in the audit plan that the board approved in December 2024. And our professional standards require that anytime we complete an audit, an advisory service, or an assessment, we request the authorization of the board. The second reason why we're planning this is because the last time an assessment of information services was completed was over a decade ago. So the university, a lot of things have changed since then. The university has matured significantly in its use of technology, and we rely on data to advance, administrative, research, academic priorities. And with that growth comes new risks that we have to be able to identify so we can mitigate them appropriately. So this risk assessment is going to give us a comprehensive view of risks that exist within information services, and that will help us inform future IT audit and ensure that those audits are targeted, they're risk-based, and they add value to the information services team and the university as a whole. So the timeline for this project is November through May 26. We'll use the phased approach because this is a big project. And we'll work very closely with the CIO and his team to complete this assessment.
Would this be one of the biggest projects you have on the plan if it's added?
Probably, yes.
Will you be utilizing outside consultants to help with the project?
No, so far the plan is to do this in-house. We have an excellent IT auditor who has years of experience in the banking industry, so she definitely has the skill set to do this. But because it's so big and it's just one FTE, and because the information services team has priorities as well, we're gonna have to use a phased approach. So it's gonna take more time, but we think it's worth it.
And will Deloitte, is this going to be part of the total institution's audit? Will Deloitte opine on the results?
So we are no longer working with Deloitte. We're not working with them as closely as we were last year when the audit function was kind of dormant. That being said, should we come across an instance where we feel like we do not have the subject matter expertise to assess a risk, we'll definitely reach out to external consultants.
Just a reminder, we're meeting with the Exec and Audit Committee right now, and so that's who will vote on this. I'm going to need a motion, and just a reminder, the Exec and Audit Committee are the two chairs. Sorry, you have a question?
I just, from a schedule impact on the other remaining open audits, will this push those out, or do we think we'll be able to fit this in without impacting those schedules?
That's an excellent question. The IT auditor is not staffed on other audit projects, so these are mostly compliance operational audits. That being said, I don't want to kind of predict the future, but I think as things stand, we might not be able to complete all 10 projects remaining on the audit plan. That being said, it's not a concern per se. I think, we have to do another institution-wide risk assessment sometime next spring, and that is going to kind of let us know which area, because risk evolves with time. I'm sure, of the 10 projects we flagged, some have a higher risk profile, others have a lower risk profile. So things have changed, and we are going to decide, what project can be further postponed and which one should be completed right away. But because the IT auditor wasn't staffed on any one of these projects, her completing this is not going to impact the audit plan. It's other factors that will impact our completion.
Right, so we're going to need a motion from a member of the second audit committee, and just a reminder for everyone here, that is Renee and Connie is at large, Marcia and myself, and then the chair of the audit, or the finance committee, Andy, and then student ASAC, thank you, Elisa. So in our packet, we need a motion to approve the resolution and amendment.
So moved.
Any discussion? Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you. It's been added, Anta.
Thank you. So the next item on the agenda is the hotline. And as you may remember, the university uses a third-party platform to provide employees with an accessible way to report concerns, and they may do so anonymously. All complaints related to allegations of fraud, waste, and abuse are investigated by the Office of Internal Audit. For anything else related to, say, student conduct, athletics, research compliance, we work very closely with our compliance partners across campus to ensure those complaints are investigated by people with the right level of, the right subject matter expertise. So far this year, we received a total of 24 allegations, and this is consistent with the number of complaints we received last year between January and July 2024. What is different here, though, is, this year we received, the majority of complaints we received were related to athletics, research compliance, and fraud, waste, and abuse. Last year, the majority of complaints were related to conflict of interest, employee and labor relations, and research compliance. We also noted that we have a slightly higher number of substantiated cases. There's a difference of just one, but this could indicate that, the hotline is surfacing more actionable issues, not just, concerns. One important thing to note here is that although there isn't a benchmark for organizations of our size in terms of the volume of complaints we should receive, some benchmark, indicate that organizations with between 3,000 to 6,000 employees should receive approximately 35 to 70 reports annually. So we're definitely within that range, but maybe on the low side. So it might indicate an opportunity to raise awareness across campus.
Anta, what would be the difference between, you've got the 59% of closed without action and then you've got unsubstantiated? Do they cross over or?
Right, so the complaints that are closed without actions are complaints that were not actionable per se. I mean, one example is someone filing a complaint that's very vague and that doesn't include enough information for us to investigate effectively. We do have the ability to communicate with people who file complaints through the hotline. So we typically send them follow-up emails or follow-up questions. When they get back to us, we can go ahead and investigate the complaint. When they don't, we have to close it without action. Complaints that fall in the unsubstantiated categories are the ones we actively investigate. So let's say someone, files a complaint related to time theft. Will typically pull reports from the payroll system and pull reports from that shows, access to specific buildings. I mean, once we do that data analysis and concludes that there is no evidence, like the data doesn't support that allegations, we'll put that complaint in the unsubstantiated categories. So the short answer is anything that's investigated but not that doesn't support the allegation being made is unsubstantiated.
Anta, what do we do to raise awareness so that our faculty and staff and students are aware about how to file a complaint? What are our current practices for that?
So admittedly, we haven't done nothing in that. We haven't done anything in that area in the past year since I've been here. But I know the previous audit team had posters that they would put in areas like high traffic areas, to kind of tell employees, this is the hotline. This is what you should call the hotline for. And some people remember that. There's also a webpage that is called Report a Concern, I think, and the hotline is listed there. And there's that. There's probably, there are a couple of different ways kind of reach out to employees and tell them that, they can report concerns that way.
Do you view it as your responsibility to do that, or is that something that would go through communications at our university?
We would definitely lead that effort and probably partner with university communications to have like a campaign that is designed in a way that it reach out, like it touches as many employees as possible. I have to note, though, there are several ways to report concerns. This is just one of them. I know students use Maxient a lot to report concerns related to student conduct. Athletics has their own hotline, and I can't quite remember the name of it, but that's what students, athletes, and employees within that department use. So there are a couple of different ways to report concerns, but there's definitely an opportunity here for us to
Right.
remember employees that this is one of them.
So I think we would like to see at our March meeting some things that you're leading, and not to mean that this needs to be overblown, but there should be a familiarity that people would just know what they would do. And so whatever you would think is appropriate, we'd like to know at our March meeting, what are the steps that we do to make sure that everyone's aware of what they should do,
Okay.
right?
Although,
And then one other request, and this would be a long-term request, tracking the complaints that come. It's nice to see a comparison year over year. And I don't know if we have any back history or not. If we do, that'd be terrific to see that. And then just build that over time, because it's at least a way to see for us internally how we're doing. So that'd be just another request on the long term.
absolutely, that makes sense. And how far back would we like to go? 5, 10 years?
More is better.
Okay.
But weigh that with the amount of time you're going to spend doing it. So use your judgment, and we'll see. When you give a report, we'll see. And if it ends up we don't have history, and we're going to start with 2, then at least we're starting.
Right. We do have some.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
Yeah, and I had a question too, Anta. You mentioned that there's other places where people can file complaints, other departments or athletics has theirs and student issues. Are they somehow consolidated into what you're doing?
They are not, and I've discussed this with athletics briefly, and it's something we're thinking about. I think it's important from the board's perspective to have a holistic view of the types of complaints that are being filed, the timeliness of investigations for those complaints. So we're working on that.
Yeah, I think it does make it probably, potentially confusing for people if there's different places you go to file complaints versus one. So anyway, and then to have visibility from this group in terms of the overall. So I would be supportive of that. So thank you for
putting that on your
Sure.
list, yeah.
Thank you, Amy. That's exactly what I was going to ask for, if we can get a more global view. I would also be curious to know, in terms of oversight bodies, either at the state or federal, is there reporting requirements at all in terms of numbers like these, either from Ethics Point or from the student portal or the athletics portal? Are there oversight bodies that look at that data?
As far as allegations of fraud, waste, and abuse are concerned, I can't think of any. I know that with athletics, the NCAA requires that, violations be self-reported. So anytime a complaint comes through and we determine that there was in fact a violation of NCAA guidelines, the compliance department within athletics makes that report, submits a report to the NCAA. When it comes to student conduct, I'm not sure, though I wouldn't be surprised if there was some sort of oversight body, but from internal audit's perspective, we don't have to report allegations of frauds to an external agency.
Let's talk about that a little bit more. It'd just be good education for all of us. On athletics, which operates financially on its own, and yet can affect our brand as a university for sure, has its own compliance department, is regulated by the NCAA, and probably growing regulation. And Carl, maybe you want to chime in on this. The oversight we have feels a little fuzzy, right? So does it not report directly to you ultimately? Does it just report to itself, to Rob, to Carl? And this is thinking out loud. Is there a time that we as trustees should be aware of compliance issues in athletics for brand exposure, even though it has its own regulatory body? So maybe, I don't know, Carl, what your thoughts are on that.
Hey, let's start. Kevin, can you set the table about how these compliance aspects work statutorily, and then I'll take it from there.
No, absolutely. The NCAA does, have a regime. I would say that the majority of schools in the Power Four conferences have the same structure we do, where compliance reports largely into athletics. We do, in fact, have an external reporting avenue for our director of compliance. She has a direct report to Jamie, meets with Jamie regularly. I actually make it a point of meeting with Jody regularly, try to be monthly, so I understand what is on her plate, what she's seen. And so there's always opportunities for concerns that may arise within the department to be taken immediately out of the department for handling elsewhere, which I consider to be best practice. There are some places where compliance reports into the general counsel's office. That's fairly rare. And I'm unaware of any place in which it reports into internal audit. I would say that NCAA compliance is a pretty specialized and a very interesting regime, and one in which we're very blessed to have a really great professional staff who've been there for a number of years who have kept us out of harm's way. We've been, in my 10 years here, faced with what would be deemed a major infraction and a trip to the Committee on Infractions just once.
The other aspect of this is that we have a faculty athletic representative who's independent of the athletic department. This is Josh Gordon. Josh and I meet monthly. And so complaints that come through the anonymous response system in athletics will very frequently go to the faculty athletic representative, who will then work these as well. So I think we are in very, very good shape on these issues based on what Kevin and I have just said and Anta's work.
Okay, no, I'm just thinking it through. Anta reports to the chair, also reports to Carl. Reporting to the chair is a way to deal with avoided issues that could be internal with the executive team to get around that. In the case of athletics, then you're talking about Rob Mullins, and then it falls on Carl, and there are other avenues to get up to that. So there is a check and balance with that.
Yes, and I want to second what Carl and Kevin said. The internal, the research department, the compliance department within athletics has a very robust compliance program in place. I think it's always better to prevent violations than to deal with them after the fact, and they do a very good job at, raising awareness, training student athletes and other staff within the department so that they understand what the expectations are and what to do should they make a mistake. And I work very closely with them as well. I mean, anytime an athletics related allegations comes through the hotline, I partner with them to ensure that allegation is investigated as thoroughly as possible.
Yes?
Could I add one thing, Chair Howard? Somebody asked the question about, do people know where to go to report a concern? I will say, this has been a subject of conversation at the university for some years. We did create a site called Report a Concern. It's oregon.edu/report a concern. It tries to aggregate the various ways, the various hotlines, the various places where one can go, depending on the nature of the complaint, criminal, student conduct, ethics, et cetera.
For this number of substantiated, for the top categories, we haven't broken out by category, but for substantiated cases, it's just in aggregate. That might be by design. We don't need it. I don't need it today necessarily, but I'd be curious if you do look at substantiated cases by category to figure out, is there a control that needs to be in place if there's a personnel, someone within personnel that's creating an issue, and really going from a case level to more of a, trying to control an issue writ large in a specific category where there might be higher risk.
Yes, absolutely. That makes sense. And when a case is substantiated, we create a report. We explain, what we did, kind of investigate the allegations, the data we reviewed, the persons we interviewed, and more importantly, we identify the reason why the violation occurred, so we can use that information to inform recommendations. So we make formal recommendations to the individuals overseeing that particular department, and we follow up on those recommendations to make sure that the control gaps we identified were addressed. I'll make a note to kind of at least give the categories of substantiated allegations so that the board understands where risks are being surfaced.
Hi, Anta. I'm curious how much time you're spending right now dealing with the reports on the hotline, because we're talking about education, and that would mean hopefully an increase in hotline. So are you concerned at all that you might be understaffed, or if there was an increase, would that impact the current audit plan?
That's a good question. There's always a concern that there might be, a volume of the activity on the hotline side could kind of, take time away from audits and advisory projects that are scheduled on the audit plan. So far, fortunately, we haven't come across a situation like this, mostly because we receive a combination of complaints, and right now, anything that's not related to fraud is routed to another compliance partner. So that takes some pressure off of the audit team. So I don't foresee this to change significantly, but we'll keep kind of assessing the situation and reallocating resources as needed within the department.
I have a quick question about the stats and the way that they're shown. Can you clarify the open cases and if they roll over from one to the other? This might be something if you're going to come back with more information to clarify the life cycle of open cases and if they're closed the same year that they're shown.
Sure. Open cases are cases that have not yet been fully investigated. So the cutoff date for this report was July 31st. So if we received a case on July 30th, chances are that case was not fully, had not been investigated yet, or we were in the process of investigating the case as of the cutoff date. So chances are, because we typically like to close out cases within 28 days of a complaint being filed through Ethics Point or directly to the Office of Internal Audit. So chances are in December, these open cases will be in one of the three other categories: substantiated, unsubstantiated, or closed without action.
Days is helpful. Thank you.
Sure.
I just wanted to follow up on my previous question. I'm curious, if we do get into such a situation, obviously, like, taking resources away from the audit plan is a bad thing. So what is kind of the process? What happens if we get into such a situation?
That's a good question. That's when we'll have to work with leadership to understand what the next best steps are. And by leadership, I mean the president and his team and the chair of the board. So everyone is on the same page in terms of what the next steps are. Ultimately, I mean, there's always some tension about, the amount and severity of risks we have to address as an institution and the resources we have available to address those risks. So in some instances, we might have to accept certain risk, although I shouldn't be saying this because I'm an auditor, but it's definitely not a decision that will be made in a vacuum. We'll partner with leadership and the board to agree on next step, to identify next steps. So to wrap up, I wanted to share a couple of staffing updates. We welcomed 2 new team members, I think in April and May 25. Our executive assistant will split his time between providing assistance on hotline investigations and performing administrative functions. And our internal auditor, too, will focus on completing compliance, operational, and performance audits. So we're super excited about these additions because they are going to increase our capacity to deliver actionable, value-added advisory insights to the university. So that concludes my update. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
How was the applicant pool for both of those hires?
So the applicant pool for the executive assistant position was very large, and I have to thank Jennifer LaBelle for chairing the committee, the search committee for that position. It was very large, and we had very good applicants. For the auditor 2 position, it wasn't as large, but we still got, some very good applicants there too.
Anything else?
I had 2 questions. One, on the staffing, have we implemented a kind of an intern program yet?
Yes, so we are working on that. That was one of the items on our strategic plan for 24-27, I think the timeline is. So we're currently working on that program, and we initially wanted to implement the program, I think, in March of 26, but we're currently working on a space management advisory project. So we're thinking we might hire an intern with a background in data science to help us analyze the data related to that project. So we're very excited about the mentorship/internship program, and we're working on it.
And my follow-up question was, now that you've been here a year, you've kind of started at ground zero and getting up to speed. As you look at kind of the pace and what you see out in front of you, do you see kind of a stabilization of projects coming in as you're wrapping up projects, or do you know enough yet of where you think that will land you from an overall staffing level and what it means for that?
Sure. With an office that is fully staffed, I mean, my expectation is to complete about 4 or 5 projects quarterly, and depending on, they have to be scoped appropriately. So in terms of our ability to complete more projects, yes, that should increase if staffing stays at the current level. That being said, I mean, the risk landscape is very fluid right now. Things change very quickly. And one key element of our audit plan is that it has to be flexible. It has to adapt. So we'll see, I guess. I know I'm giving you a non-answer to your question, but I'm pretty confident with where we are, and particularly because I feel like the team we have has the right skill set to take on projects.
Okay, thanks, Hanta.
Thank you.
The Executive Audit and Governance Committee meeting is now adjourned. We will gavel back in 5 minutes and start our full meeting. we're going to begin our formal Board of Trustees meeting.
Recording in progress.
And we're going to have a roll call first from Cody.
Trustee Aaron,
Present?
Abbott, Boyle, Evans Jackman,
Here.
Holwerda,
Here.
Horniker, James, Mitrov Morgan,
Present.
Moses,
Here.
Seeley,
Here.
Tykeson,
Here.
Storment,
Here.
Olem, Warden,
Here.
and Trustee Abbott.
There we go. That away, Cy, you are a fast walker. Where'd he go? There he is. It was good. And then we need approval of the minutes, but
Yep, thank you, Chair Holwerda. Just want to point out a small correction that Trustee Tykeson caught on page 5 of the minutes, page 9 in your packets. At the top, it says March 3rd. That should say June 3rd. So the motion would be to approve with that small correction.
and make it duly noted that Amy Tykeson knows details. That's really good. So that adjustment will be made. I need a motion to approve the minutes.
So motion?
Second?
Here, yes.
Okay. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. We're now going to turn it over to the Academic and Student Affairs Committee Chair, Elisa Horniker. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Steve. On August 27th, the Academic and Student Affairs Committee held a public meeting. We had a quorum present. We had agenda items and presentations and discussions by Provost Chris Long, a review of the academic program approval template, and a presentation on AI in higher ed led by Abhijit Pandit, Chief Information Officer, and Lee Rungbarger, Associate VP for Teaching Engagement. The Provost in his report, among other things, discussed the budget issues facing the university, but since he will report tomorrow, I will not elaborate on this report. The academic program request template has been finalized with input from ASAC, the Office of the Provost, and Cody Kelleher, University Secretary and Advisor to the President. It now includes what trustees indicated were the important questions to be answered by proposals, such as how the program supports the institution's mission and strategic plan, how it is expected to bring in new students and what types, what opportunities there will be for students regarding career markets and earnings or advancing academic and research interests, and how the program will not only serve our students and the university, but the state of Oregon as a whole. Importantly, proposers must indicate what the costs are associated with implementing the program and the anticipated future costs. This is also covered in the budget summary that has to be provided with each proposal. But I'd like to take a minute to ask Jamie Moffett, our CFO, to speak about some improvements and changes that we are making with the budget summary before we move on.
So I think some of you might have seen that we had a very, very detailed budget summary in the past. And sometimes I think it was so detailed that it's hard to pull up and understand how those numbers then translate in terms of the numbers that you're used to seeing at the board level. And so something new that we're going to be doing with these programs is that I'm going to be meeting with the team very early in the process with some of my staff and basically have a meeting where we can dive into those projections and expenses and then provide for you a summary that basically takes that information and puts it in the context of the discussions that we've been having at the board level. So hopefully that will both get you kind of out of the weeds. You can still have the weeds if you would like them, get you out of the weeds, give you a high level view, and then I'll be in a position if you do have questions about those finances to be able to answer those at meetings. So that's a change that we're making versus what we've done in the past.
Thank you, Jamie. Finally, 2 items were also added to the approval flow chart. The first is when a program reaches the provost office and is approved, the ASAC will be notified so that we can let trustees know if there's anything coming through in the pipeline for a new program or not. And the second is the provost will report back to the Board of Trustees on the success of each newly approved program or any issues related to it. This will be done on a regular basis. Work will also be done to see how we can monitor career success as well. This will provide accountability both from the board to the board, and also it engages the president's Oregon Rising goals. The best test of seeing how these reports will be working for us is when we have our first proposal come through the board. On that note, 2 programs have recently reached the point to where they've met with the provost's approval. They're graduate level programs both in the College of Arts and Sciences. One is a master's in data science and the second a master's in cybersecurity. They're both programs that have been identified as being highly likely to generate revenue for the U of O due to significant student interest. And the board might remember that we approved majors in data science in 2020 and cybersecurity in 2023. The leadership team, especially provost, know that to set us on a sustainable path, we need revenue opportunities and can't solely be focused on reductions in efficiencies. However, given the current budget situation, every program is being heavily scrutinized, so it's not a certainty these programs will come to us in December. Lastly, we had a very interesting presentation on AI, where we learned about the impact AI is making on higher ed in relation to both faculty and students, also academically and mental health-wise. We heard about exposure, learning from where information comes from and how it's accessed and used, how both faculty and students feel about using AI and trusting AI, also the expectations regarding its use and misuse at the university. We also saw, interestingly, what job markets are going to be insulated, augmented, or disrupted by the use of AI. There is also a high-level AI council at the U of O represented by faculty and staff that are discussing the subject and learning the best ways to use AI in technology in a responsible manner at the U of O. The information was sent to all the ASAC committee members, but if anybody else is interested in looking at the slides, they're worth a look, and you can just talk to Cody Keller and he'll send them out. And that was all we had in our meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Elisa. Jamie, Brian, if you want to, our next item is approval of certain graduate tuition rates.
Great. So as you saw in your docket, we have 3 new graduate programs that require board approval for their tuition rates. 2 are micro-credentials. One is actually a program you approved the overall program last year, but that happened after the TFAB process was in motion. So Brian's going to walk you through kind of what these are, what's being proposed, and then some process changes we're making for next year in the future so that we can do these approvals a little bit earlier in the process.
Thank you, Jamie. I think this conversation will dovetail really nicely with the last conversation, the program approval process, particularly for graduate programs where we're having a greater emphasis on the financial viability of those over time. So as Jamie mentioned, we have 3 programs that we're seeking approval from the board for, and then I'll spend a little bit of time talking about our graduate tuition approval process and some changes that we're making. So you'll be seeing these on a little bit more frequent basis, but dovetailed with program approval. So a little bit on the agenda. First, we're going to talk about our tuition process, the 3 graduate programs that need approval from the board, and then lastly, those revisions to process. Our existing graduate tuition, our existing graduate programs come forward to the board every year as a part of the TFAB process. So the schools and colleges go through a consultative process, usually in the fall, with their students. Each of the schools and colleges have slightly different processes, but tend to have a student advisory group to the deans. They bring tuition rates for existing programs through that, and then those route into the TFAB process beginning in January of each year. That's a once-a-year process. It's highly structured. We begin this by sending out templates to the schools and colleges in late summer. So actually the templates for this year will go out probably early this week. The schools and colleges come back with determinations where they want to increase, leave flat, sometimes decrease their tuition prices for each of the independent graduate programs. There are dozens and dozens of different graduate tuition rates. That's the bulk of the tuition fee book that comes to this body in March. The TFAB process and the presentations that you see focus largely on the undergraduate tuition. There is a significant process. It's just more distributed out across the schools and colleges. New programs have historically fallen under existing tuition cohorts, but we've spent a lot of time over the last couple of years strengthening and making really more mechanical our tuition tables so that everything is linked up, from our online tuition calculator that students can get on and look and see how much the price for their particular programs are, to the back-end systems that our registrar's office and our business affairs office run that actually assign the tuition charges to students, assign cohorts to individual students as they enroll and are accepted into programs. However, that is a once a year process. As we strengthen that up, it's starting to identify where we have some gaps as new programs come throughout the year and cycling that in. So I'll talk about that as we get to the end. That direct linkage has been really helpful for us because it's highlighted where there have been some issues in our process that we need to structure up a little bit more tightly. This is an example of that. So now I'll spend just a moment talking about each of the programs. I will say I am not an expert in the programs, but my office helps manage, along with other constituent offices across the campus, the tuition rate process. For the School of Journalism and Communication, last winter, they had 2 micro-credentials that were approved for offering, one in community podcasting, one in video production. That did not come to the board. Micro-credentials don't have to flow through the board, and they don't have to flow through the HEC and to our accreditors. The full-scale graduate programs do. Those programs have a lot of similarities with their existing multimedia storytelling master's degree program, and they're requesting tuition rates that are the same level as those existing programs. And then moving on to the College of Education, they're bringing forward, or they have already brought forward for board approval last year, an education specialist in school psychology program. This was approved by the board in December, went to the HEC and NWCCU, our accreditors, and was approved during winter. Again, already after the kind of TFAB process had left the station. Similarly, they are seeking tuition rates that are in line with other similar programs in the College of Education. So these rates are exactly the same as for other education specialist programs. On to process, or the process revision, as I noted, we have one kind of structured process around TFAB that comes forward in March of every year, but there are programs that come to the board at different time cycles. So what we will be doing, very similar to our expenditure authorization process for capital projects, is bringing the tuition rates for graduate programs along with or to the board for approval at the same time that the program is approved. So that way we're hearing the full gamut, right? Here's the program, here are the financials that we're now embedding in that template, and then seeking board approval at that time for the tuition rate for those programs. So then we can just add that in administratively to the tuition tables. That's pretty simple for graduate programs that hit the board. We realize micro-credentials are one that don't cycle up to the board. So that will take a little bit more of a manual process, and the team in the office of the provost will be on the lookout for those, flag those, and cycle tuition approval up to the board when those come through, if it's not slotted into the normal tuition setting process. As has happened in the past, technical amendments to the tables will happen at the staff level. If you look through the board packet, there are some green ones. We just wanted to highlight what we're doing on a constant basis when we're renaming tuition cohorts, making adjustments. Those don't create a new tuition rate. They're just back-end issues that we wanted to highlight for the board since we're bringing forward the tuition tables overall. The ones highlighted in red are new tuition rates associated with these 3 programs. That if folks have questions, happy to answer them.
So can you describe the involvement of the institution's new recruitment leader in this, in tuition setting for graduate students?
I actually can't speak to that. I don't know if Provost Long, you can.
Yeah, the micro-credentialing component of this is actually an interesting dimension of it because we're trying to really speak to an evolving landscape, and our full staff is involved in thinking about the recruitment side of it.
The graduate tuition setting process, does that involve the new recruitment leader at all?
To my understanding, the schools and colleges have been sort of individually responsible for recruiting for their programs. I know that their finance officers have been sort of deeply involved in understanding the marketplace and where programs slot in comparison to other institutions. So I know architecture went through a whole process over the last couple of years to understand their competitors, where they're losing students to, what their pricing structure is. So I don't know the involvement of the central office. I do know that the schools and colleges who capture a large portion of the revenue for graduate programs are highly invested in making sure that they are competitive in the marketplace.
Hey, Derek.
Yeah.
I mean, what's your, make a note of this, you could speak to it, you're up next. Whether that's ever conventionally done, ever been thought about doing, is it a good thing, a bad thing? You know, we don't know if Tim really knows what he's talking about, but we're gonna find out.
Yeah, I would add a little bit of history based on my knowledge, which is just we have a ton of different graduate programs. Off the top of my head, it's over 30 different programs, 35 different programs. They're all targeting unique markets. As Brian said, the schools themselves have been the ones that have been really focused on the program viability and the recruiting. I don't think our central office has been as involved. I don't know if that's industry norm or not, so Derek can inform us all, but typically the central office has been really focused on the undergrad recruiting. So that's at least a little bit of history.
And maybe I could also say, you know, as we think about new revenue streams across the university, we're really going to have to be intentional about the market research that goes into that, including understanding at the ground level the sorts of things that are most compelling to our students. So.
Along those lines, I was just curious, it seems like it's so much more exciting and interesting to add things. And so as we look forward and really have to be very intentional about where we're putting resources and how we're improving the sustainability for the university long-term, how do we look at, you know, things that might not be working or attracting as many students so that we are really, I don't know, thinking ahead to where we want to be and delivering the quality that we're hoping to deliver.
I'm just curious, since the new graduate programs, if they're approved off cycle from the normal tuition setting process, is there any risk for them to have like a rate that shouldn't be because they don't go through that conventional process, or do they, like, is that a risk at all?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, there is always that risk, whether it goes through the conventional process or not. I do think, to the points that Jamie made earlier, the schools and colleges are very sensitive to the relative pricing in the marketplace for graduate programs. So I do think that they are sensitive to that and will, you know, they are hoping to make these revenue positive as well, since there's a pretty strong incentive for the schools and colleges. Not to say that we can overprice or couldn't underprice. Those things do happen, but I think folks are pretty sensitive to it and will make adjustments.
You have the resolution in front of you? I do, if you don't.
I do.
Could you just read the key part of it, and then we'll ask for a motion?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, therefore, the Board of Trustees of the University of Oregon hereby approves the following. Resolved that the new tuition rates for the following programs: micro-credential and community podcasting, micro-credential and video production, and education specialist school psychology be approved as reflected in the revised academic year 25-26 tuition tables provided to the trustees in Exhibit A and attached to this resolution.
All right, thanks. So just to be clear, we're approving tuition rates that didn't get spoken to before, not the actual degrees. So we need a motion.
Moved.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Thanks, Brian. Thanks, Jamie. Derek, come on up. Welcome to the University of Oregon. Yeah. And it's really nice to have you here. And before we get started with your presentation, would you just share a little bit about your background and a little bit of your personal story, and then any have you found a house yet or a place to live? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions, and thank you for the warm invite that all of you have provided me, and that all of my partners in the room have provided me since being here. I have found a home, and if any of you are familiar with the new naming of neighborhoods in Eugene, I'm in the River District, or also known as the E-Web Pole Yard, I think, historically, but close to downtown. I am originally from a small town in North Carolina. I grew up in a small rural area, and then later finished high school in Greensboro, North Carolina, where more people are probably familiar with Greensboro than they are Tyro, North Carolina. I went to undergrad and grad at Howard University, and I worked there for about 16, almost 17 years before going to the University of Wisconsin-Madison, where I was for about 9 years, coming in as the Director of Student Financial Aid, and then later as Vice Provost for Enrollment Management. So I've been in the business for about 26 years now, spending my time both in the financial aid areas, in recruitment, sometime as bursar, and some related work on institutional data reporting earlier in my career. I am on a couple of national boards with relation to enrollment, trustee for the College Board that produces, I don't want to say it too loud, the SAT, for those of you who don't like testing or standardized testing. I'll say AP, or Advanced Placement Courses. Also chair for the Higher Education Loan Coalition, which is more of a grassroots organization designed at helping student borrowers in the legislative process, being an advocate for them, among some others. But my time here has been exciting so far. So this morning, I hope to give you a preview of some initial observations and return to you in December with a little bit more granular detail on plans and recruitment ideas. But this time, I think I can spend with you and talking some overall, and then learning from you the questions that you have, perhaps even demands on where we need to be or where we probably should not be. But why don't we get started really quickly with some of what we have here. So some high points. I'll give you the initial observations. What is exciting in the field of enrollment, if you can imagine there being exciting things, what we're watching closely, what keeps us up at night, and then what you should expect from me and from the team. And then I want to, of course, provide some time for Q&A for each of you. This is level setting. So as an enrollment person, you come in and you want to know all about the institution, how people feel about it, what are students saying, what are parents saying. I got to spend some time at introduction, which was awesome to hear how excited the families were for being here. It's always a good sign when you ask a parent, where is your duck? And they say, I don't know, and I'm not looking for them right now. I'm having a good time as they're sitting, which means they feel comfortable with dropping off their loved one here, and they feel comfortable and confident that we're going to be doing a good job with them. And so that was exciting entry point for me over the summer. If we're looking at data, though, this is where an enrollment leader would look first, and we would say, how do we stack up against our peers? And so you'll see the blue funnel there in the middle is the median of our Big Ten peers. The red, our legacy Pac-12 peers, and then the green is the University of Oregon. Some exciting things, you'll see our applicant numbers, the number of admitted students we have, and then that funnel, that the students who choose to enroll with us. But the high point is to your right, and that is we have 37% fewer applicants, and we admit 11 to 33% more. That's not necessarily a good thing, right? We have fewer applicants, and of those fewer applicants, we are admitting so many more of them. So an admit rate close to 90% of the applicants we receive. And of those, about, for us, a small percentage relative to the pool is enrolled. That's a 14.4% yield rate, the students who choose to come to us out of those admits. If we're looking amongst our peers, that's about 10% fewer than where our peers will end up landing the students who they've admitted to their institutions. So at the broad point, that's exactly how an enrollment person would step in. And then we would say, well, then what are the results of those 14.4%, or what are the results of the yielded students we have? Here are those results in a very sort of sobering way. An 8% lower retention rate for the first-year students than our average Big Ten peers, and a 15% lower four-year graduation rate. The good thing about that, if you could say that there's a silver lining, is that we have a plan. We have Oregon Rising, which directly addresses this area, specifically retention and graduation rates being the first part of our strategic plan. If we're thinking about, what do we have with us already that could help us into the future? One, from my observations, we have a really strong and eager team. And that team is really looking first to address the issues related to Oregon Rising, but two, to be a national leader in their respective areas, whether it be admissions, financial aid, registrar, housing, dining, catering, any of those things that comprise student services and enrollment management. The strategic plan that we have, and part of why I was attracted to be here now in Portland, but at the University of Oregon, is because it's a value-centered and doable strategic plan. It's not one of the super lofty ones that no one could really figure out what it means. We want to be at the center of what's next for the world. That's honestly a top line of a strategic plan. We're where people go to find answers without providing any answers. Those are some strategic plans that I've seen, and quite honestly, though they sound really great if you're passing by someone or, as a soundbite, but not necessarily doable. Oregon Rising, I think, is a plan that is doable, and it has very concrete goals, and goals that are centered on what's best for the institution by looking first at what's best for students. And so I'm excited to be here with that, and I think that's a positive for us, that we are grounded with a strategic plan. The brand is recognizable, the brand is nationally known, it's globally known, and that's a really good thing. You could have on your lapel pin, you could have a backpack, you could have, of course, anything with the duck on it, and people are going to recognize the University of Oregon. And that's a super strong benefit to us. And then we have great alumni and supporters around our own communities here in Oregon, around the country, and around the world. And I've been really benefited by working with Joe Buck and Wesley Stewart and their team on sort of how do we tap those alumni supporters, how do we tap people who have remained engaged with the University of Oregon and who in any way want to help us. So, what are we watching? Historically, I know that our team has come to you and talked about our recruitment efforts in California. California has, of course, the biggest and the growing population on the West Coast. They have great familiarity with Oregon. They have more familiarity with the Pacific Northwest. And so we have been doing a lot of work in California over time, and that has reaped benefits for our campus. However, California in particular is one that is now going through its own sort of reckoning of where they want to be. And so as the UCs expand their enrollment plans, and as the Big Ten also recruits heavily in the state of California, that means we've sort of over-leveraged ourselves in California in ways that will not be helpful if we don't make some changes internally with our recruitment efforts. So that's not that we would pull back from California necessarily, it's that we need to be very conscientious of who else is in the same space at the same time. The competitive peers will be even more competitive given their budget pressures. That's throughout the Big Ten, that's throughout the Pac-12, and any other institution who knows that you can come to California and get great students. And if they're going to be non-resident students, they're going to be really attracted to it. If you're a California institution, you want to keep your residents because of state funding, and also because now of other funding issues related to decreases in research funding at the federal level. And so our most competitive peers will now be even more competitive than they were in years prior. One example directly is the University of Wisconsin did not have regional recruiters just a couple of years ago, period, but specifically did not have them in California. It is the largest now state sending to the University of Wisconsin outside of Illinois, which is its next door neighbor, and that was with only one regional recruiter in California. their applicant numbers eclipse the University of Oregon's applicant numbers from the same state, even though Oregon is closer and there's a greater familiarity. And so we can look and see that our peers will be even stronger in the same marketplaces that we've been historically. The attention economy, of course, is also smaller for students and for families. And I'm saying for students and for families because it's easy to blame 16 to 18-year-olds for scrolling on their phones through social media. But if you take time in any of these breaks or you look at anyone else on the plane, many of the people in this room do the same thing. You have about, no more than 10 to 15 seconds to catch someone's attention before you've scrolled on to the next thing. And so when we think about marketing or branding, we're asking someone, especially a non-resident, to essentially give us about $240,000 out of the course of their undergraduate career. We think about the total cost of attendance expanded over the 4 years they'll be here, and you have about 10 to 15 seconds of attention if you're just banking on sort of that social or digital presence or any other presence. And so we're really concerned about how small the attention economy is for students and for families and for those who support them. The federal side is also a challenge. I know Betsy is here behind me, can go into more detail, but from an enrollment perspective, the landscape for higher education, as you have all been aware, is changing rapidly. It's changing specifically in the enrollment space, whether it be related to admissions in particular, whether it be related to federal student aid. Student loans are a big part of HR 1 or the Big Beautiful Bill as it has been branded. The reduction of Grad Plus loans, which were a mechanism for graduate students to borrow for their education, as well as for Parent Plus loans. And many of our students and their parents rely on those for their undergraduate careers. International student visas are another area that we're really concerned with. There are particular countries of concern that are some of the largest senders to the US, but there are also just general processing concerns in the international market writ large. And so that's how many areas are staffed up to do the number of visa approvals they need to do. An example of a really big sender for higher ed is Ghana. Ghana has 2 visa processors, but in Accra for the entire country, and they're processing all visas, not just F1 student visas. And that number is likely to be smaller as they are deployed for other purposes with the State Department. So we've talked about these federal things. The part that I believe is most difficult from our standpoint is that we don't have a lot of ability or room or runway for legislative action and or for conversations in public comment or negotiations. There are still what we call negotiated rules making, but those processes have really ended up being whatever the administration wants. We've gone through the motion of having a process. And so our ability to advocate for changes and or to keep some things the same that we think are great has been really, really limited under the current environment. And so that means that we might get a rule and we don't know exactly what the rule means. We don't know that the definitions are clear or easily understood, but there's a short runway for compliance for those. But again, we have a plan, a purpose, and we have opportunities for progress. We are doing an incredibly deep dive on our enrollment funnel, and that's from prospective student all the way to graduate. And so if I look at that in the reverse, we're saying who graduates from the University of Oregon and who graduates on time, bless you, and then you look back and say, who were they in our applicant pool? Which high schools did they come from? Which courses did they take? What were they interested in? Those are the things that our team is looking at now. And so that would help inform a recruitment plan. Where do we need to be? Who needs to be involved in sort of those initial discussions? And which campus partners can we leverage to better relate to either the students, the program, or the presence? The other thing is our admissions review. We are taking some time to really look at how we review applicants and their desire to be at UO. Right now, I can say our review, though strong, is cursory. Did you take the right courses? What is your grade point average? And moving through the process. A more holistic review of an applicant really gives us an idea if we want to look at a student's demonstrated interest in UO, if we want to evaluate their rigor of coursework that they were taking, and then the performance in that coursework over time. Those things help you better inform the faculty and others who are engaged in the academic enterprise, whether a student is likely to graduate and graduate on time, and if not, what are the supports needed to help the student get there. We're looking to integrate our values, our identity into meaningful, digestible bites. I am really excited to be partnered with not only our data team and our comms team within the division, but also Carol Keese and her team. And so I cannot jump ahead of Carol and the branding for UO, but I can say I'm super excited about it and will help us greatly. Another part of that will be the university's presence online or digitally. And Carol's team is working in concert with others, and we are really excited about the advancements in that area. Again, I can't speak too much to that. That's Carol's area, but I can say there is a plan, and it's one that we're excited about. I'm almost ending my meetings with the deans. I think I have journalism and law still left to meet with. But my meetings with the deans have been incredibly encouraging about learning about their programs, where they find particular areas of interest, and then how we can partner in the recruitment and or the yielding process for their students. That's a strong point. I will say you don't find that at every institution. Sometimes you don't find an opportunity to really sit down with the dean and talk about what they want. Generally, you'll get an email with a number after the process has closed for them to tell you that they're disappointed about the number they received. Usually in June, July, after the cycle is sort of closed for recruitment. But that hasn't been the case here. Every dean that I've met with so far has been incredibly open and learning how to partner, what things are of interest, and where we could perhaps find some opportunities to engage even once the students are here. Our college-going process is something that we're looking at. Many people, when they think about recruitment, think about marketing writ large. Where are you branded? Did I hear about you being in a certain school? Did I see materials with you in the subway? If you're flying through Atlanta, people will say, well, I saw this big ad about Georgia State being the #1 innovative institution, and why didn't I see the University of Oregon there? Or I was driving on the highway and I saw something for Oregon Health Sciences, but I didn't see anything about the ducks, or et cetera, right? Those things are really important. I'll let Carol speak to those when it's her time to meet with you. Those things are important to ensuring that people continue to be aware of the University of Oregon. They do not usually land a student in your seat. And so, though important, I think where we have the greatest opportunity to work is building our relationships with counselors, school supporters, community-based organizations that really do a warm handoff. Those are the people who are going to be in the room with the student from beginning all the way up until they send them here. And so Aaron Hayes, our AVP and Director of Admissions, and I are working with school counselors in a more intimate setting, making sure that they can come to campus, experience the University of Oregon, but that we are also with them. I will be leaving tomorrow to go to a national conference, but I will be spending my dinners there with high school counselors. I spent some time last week doing virtual programs with the Blake School in Minnesota. I'll be with Pinecrest and Miami Country Day Wednesday for dinner, and some other schools. And that is a way that you provide a soft handoff with counselors to say, not only do we think this student will be great for you, we will make sure that we are communicating with you throughout the process that you land that student in the seat. That's an area of opportunity I think that we haven't exercised as much as we could have in the past. We were focused really on making sure everyone was aware and thinking that we would get a whole lot of attention from a student. If you have a 16 or 18-year-old in your life, you might know that they tell you a lot of things before the cycle, during the cycle, after the cycle, and it might have nothing to do with where they end up. I'll use my niece, who just is at UNC Chapel Hill. That was not on her list at all. She was definitely going to Northwestern, even after getting into Northwestern. And later, she just told the family via group chat that she's going to UNC Chapel Hill. And didn't consult me, not even for free. I don't know if I should have said that. They might doubt my ability, but no profits recognized in their own home or in their own land. So what should you expect next from our team? One, I think that our obligation, one of our many obligations to you, is to report to you things that are holistic, and that is on our dealing with students from not just the recruitment angle. I know that many times we focus on that incoming class, but our success is really measured in how well those students perform throughout the life cycle. And so you shouldn't, from the future, hear just about the incoming class from us. Certainly that's a key data point, but you should hear from us how they are doing each year. So that's how they are being retained from year 1 to year 2, so on and so forth, and the graduation rate. The other part you should hear from us is how are they doing financially. what types of debt loads are they taking on? How might we expect them to be, once they graduate from us? And how are they feeling about their experience? And that from Angela's team will be a part I know that they frequently report on. And then what are we doing specific to Oregon Rising? I think, we have an obligation to report specifically with those items, especially 1 and 4, flourishing of the students being the other, recruitment and retention, retention and on-time degree being the first. And then we should be telling you what really worked. Of course, we'll be excited to report that to you all the time, but we should be very clear and sober about what didn't work. We went out there, we tried it, trust us, either we could have done it better or it was just a bad idea. We need to go back to the drawing board. So that's what you should expect from me and the team. I'm super excited to be back, hopefully in December with you all to go into a deeper dive. So as a quick recap, this recruitment cycle will be one of the toughest, at least in my 26 years, because of the things that I told you both at the federal level. It'll be the toughest because the recruitment pressures are going to be higher than ever before, particularly in our key markets. But we have a talented team, and those talented team members are used to navigating choppy waters. We can do some realignment and reassessment of where the team members are. Do we have all the right people at the right place at the right time? And that's something that we're exploring. But we'll get them there. What we know is that they have talent, and we need to be sure that we can unlock that talent in a way that's productive for us and for our students. We have some strategies that are ready to go. One of those, again, is working with high school counselors, independent schools, et cetera, and doing a soft handoff of students. We have a couple of others that we are working with, but hopefully those will all direct us towards Oregon Rising. And we have an incredible campus partnership. I'm super excited to be here with so many great team members, not just in the room, but those who aren't able to be with us in person in this meeting, but who've been a great partner with me so far and with the team and the work. And then our focus will always be on what we are doing that we believe is best for the students. Students are going to be investing their time and talent here, and we want to be sure that they find it a treasure as well. I'm open for questions. And I forgot to add at this part, the upside is breathtaking. How Carl,
There we go.
of course, receives.
There we go. We have set aside, we still have about 20 minutes for questions, which is great. Obviously, this is a top priority for us. So we're going to open up the floor for questions.
Derek, welcome, and thank you for your transparency, because I think that's really important for us to see. Lots of times we hear about the strong U of O brand and think that that is enough to engage our students, and I thought it was really sobering to see that wasn't really the case, so I appreciate that. And I do hope that we will be seeing you on a more regular basis. I think we used to have reporting once a year, and I think this is so important that the board needs to be hearing from you on a regular basis. In your plan, I'm imagining that part of that will be looking at our admin rate, whether it's too high and maybe we're admitting students that aren't prepared either for college or we're not taking care of them once they're here. So I think that'll be something that the board will be really interested in seeing, is what students we're bringing in.
Absolutely.
They have to, we want them to be successful and we want to be successful. So I really appreciate your plan. I'm excited about it. So thank you.
I have a question. Given the changes at the federal level, what should we be expecting in terms of impact to the class? And what kind of strategies are you thinking about to address those changes?
Gosh, if I knew all the changes we should be expecting,
I know.
I would charge a lot for it. But
the known ones.
No, I think one of the changes I think we should be expecting, of course, is just one is an increased scrutiny on institutions writ large that strain resources and time. Some of those things like reporting on all students and all admitted students by race and ethnicity, by test scores, by grade point average, those things will be taken into account to sort of assess for institutions they believe might be running afoul of the SCOTUS decision with respect to the use of race and admission. We don't really have vulnerabilities in that space, but there are many other spaces that are in some legislation that perhaps don't make a whole lot of sense. One example of it is public service loan forgiveness, which is one of the bigger programs and an encouraging way, especially at the graduate level. We talked about graduate recruitment, to get students into programs whose pay might not be as robust as others, but who are needed in the public sector. And one of the proposed rules in that is that a student's loan repayments under public service loan forgiveness program can be reversed if they believe that they are working at an institution that in any way has run afoul and that it doesn't have to go through a due legal process. Those are some of the things that we can expect. What I think that will mean in the recruitment space is there will be a chilling effect on graduate programs, particularly those that are not paying as high but are needed in the public sector. I think that's going to be a big part of it. I think the limited access to Graduate Plus loans is a really big detractor for graduate programs, whether they be certificate programs or others, particularly for those students who either want to use loans as a financial instrument or simply need to use loans because they don't have another financial instrument. So I think there's going to be compression there. Some in the industry believe that, oh, well, this will be a space where private lending will come in and sort of save the day. Not as likely for a number of reasons, but just simply not as profitable as it perhaps once was when we had the Family Education Loan Program, or FELP as it was known, back when many of us were in college. So those things, I think, at the graduate level are going to be, and professional level are going to be of concern. That I think we can expect some drops in areas where we probably really want to have lots of students in workforce, and we're going to have to work with ways to look at that and to look at existing private lenders and how we can create that. There'll be some other challenges on student side, but those would be outside of the area that I can directly tell you is related to recruitment and more sort of how students are feeling once they hear things about free speech, for example, and things that we've heard over the last cycle. I expect more of that to be of issue. I don't think it has the same impact on the recruiting side as many people believe it does. So one of the questions I'll get from Carl and from others are, will this X issue in the news impact, our incoming class? Generally not. Not as much as people believe it is. Will protests, for example, impact recruitment? Not generally. How administrations deal with them sometimes might turn a student off, but generally don't impact the incoming class as one believed it would.
So I've got a few questions. I know the chair will cut me off when I've exceeded my time. I was a little surprised that Wisconsin out recruits in California versus University of Oregon. And if you would assess the recruitment team that you have, are there opportunities for us to improve? And how are we compensating recruiters in these various markets?
So there are certainly, I will never come to you and say there aren't areas, that we can improve in, even in areas where I believe we're super strong and doing well, simply because it's part of my sort of glass is half full and could be fuller approach to the work. However, I will say the university's rank plays an incredibly important place in recruiting. And, we're currently 109 in U.S. News and World Report. Anyone who's above you with a recognizable brand who can be of similar size and reputation can outgun you simply because of that, right? It's something where you'll get a student's parents, their school counselors, et cetera, really encourage them to go that way, but also because simply the student population is better, what they get is sort of a crowdsourcing of things that they can see. So you can think about Camp Randall Stadium, for example, and just a quick little snippet. It looks like it's really fun. Now, Autzen Stadium has the same thing. I mean, it's great. You would see people there. But the number of students in that stadium, an incoming class of 8,500 students, times the undergraduate population, which outsizes ours, then imagine that sort of multiplied over many media platforms at the same time, built an excitement without your having to be there in the space. What schools will typically do is use some other data point to advance the brand. So once you have the recognition, it's how do you advance it? Advancing the brand sometimes is through rankings, whether it be your overall ranking or ranking in programs, and you don't need to do a whole lot of talking once you have that there. Ours means that we have to still do quite a bit of talking, and once you have to do that much talking, you lose the moment in many of the conversations.
And so you think the primary challenge is the institution's overall ranking? Do we, so if the answer is yes, that's fine, but are we interviewing people who say no to the institution?
Absolutely. We're interviewing people at every stage of the process. The two biggest things that we hear from students who we admit who choose not to come to us are academic reputation, which we could closely associate with rank because students aren't going to necessarily know program by program what the academic reputation is. The other is cost, and cost is general. So those are the two things that we're hearing from them.
And then, so international recruitment has been an area that I thought we could improve. Obviously, in today's environment is less so. But are we, as an example, publishing our information on our applications in multiple languages, or?
Not yet. Like I said, I'm really excited about what Carol's team will be doing with sort of our digital presence. Once that is done, I will say our website right now is probably not in its best position. So we could use some things that are relatively cheap, like we could use AI to do some of the translations into some commonly spoken languages, especially in recruitment areas. But the website is too heavy and perhaps has things that we don't even want yet. We need to streamline the information before we even have it translated. In some key markets, we're concerned about translation of jargon and things that we use that are posted on there. They're understood in an American English audience that are not understood as well in other audiences, and there aren't direct translations for. We can think about places where we might be in Southeast Asia, and Vietnam is a growing market. But the way that we translate certain things into Vietnamese might not be as colloquially understood. However, I do think we have opportunities in areas. So I don't think international is off the table. I think being smarter about international and being more relational about international will be where we have great opportunities for strength. Part of that will be working with international schools and international school counselors. Those are going to be schools where the students are academically prepared, financially prepared to study in the U.S. or away from home, but also typically have a smoother visa process because their families generally are already operating in multiple visa states. And so that's an opportunity that we have, and our team's going to be working with that really quickly.
Should we be increasing our recruitment efforts around the United States? And if so, in which markets?
A lot of markets. We are in a public meeting, and you just asked me to reveal the playbook. I don't know if Coach Lanning would get the same question, but right, he would answer it the same way. Yes.
Good.
There we go. Great.
Okay, we're cutting Tim off for a second, but those are all really good questions, and keep them because we can come back to you. Open it up. I've got some questions I can fill in, but does anybody else want to jump in ahead of time?
I can go.
Okay.
So Derek, welcome to the flock.
Thank you.
We welcome you as a duck. I would be remiss as a fellow bison not to throw out at
Yes.
HU. So what can we do as a board to support your efforts, and how can we help fill some of those gaps?
Thank you. There are several opportunities, and one of the things that I would always encourage you to do is to talk to students and families about Oregon. But I know that you already do that, and you do it very well. We will come back in December with some more concrete asks with respect to where we might be or need some leverage points, relationships that you might have in your community spaces, in your work spaces, and other relationships that are there. One thing that I'm really excited about is the work that we could do with our alums from our education programs. And so Joe's team, for example, has already given us sort of the database of where are our ducks who graduated and are working in education, particularly K through 12 education. And can we leverage that to talk to those counselors and say, hey, you can have an inroad at the University of Oregon. Thank you for being a duck, but also we want to remind you that if you need materials, if you would like for us to visit your school, we already have an open door, and those are people who have experienced Oregon and know about it. And so those are people who need to first be acknowledged, second, be thanked, third, be given a challenge. How many ducks can you send to the new flock? And I think we have some opportunities there. So we're looking to unlock those. But to answer your question, we'll have some more concrete asks, specifically around other, affiliations that you might have. Are there community-based organizations that you know of that we should be working with that perhaps either we have a relationship with but haven't been as strong, or some that we need to improve, or are there just simple areas that you think are in need of improvement or attention? Thank you for the question.
Derek, how easy is it to get the funnel data? Is that easy to get and you feel confident in it? Okay,
Yes.
good, because very fascinating information. Elisa brought this up, I think it was, about, our admit rate is high. You don't need to answer this now, but for maybe December, how do you become more selective and still hit the number of students we need? You do the math here. If we were average on admit rate, but didn't improve our yield rate, we'd only have 3,100 students. So a challenge for that. Are we staffed appropriately right now to meet our goals?
Yes, we're staffed appropriately. Could we be staffed better? I don't think you would see someone in the seat who would say they don't want more people to do great work. But I do think we have the right players, and I think we need to make sure that those players are agile. I can also answer that first question now,
Okay.
And that is working with yield is really the answer to putting. So even if we decreased our admit rate, provided that we can increase the yield means that we can still land the class where we want to land it. Increasing the yield again would be those soft handoffs or warm handoffs between people we know who know us, who are really encouraging the student throughout the process, and we're supporting that sort of engagement, whether it be high school counselors, community-based organizations, our alumni, other supporters. That's really where we need to offer. So if we plan for our applicant pool, even if it were to be the same number of applicants over the next 3 years, we could still decrease that admit rate and still produce the class that we need.
When you see the data from us on this funnel, do you think, if you saw that without knowing the name of the school, would you think of that school being chosen often as the safe school when kids are applying?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then, is there a university that you can think of as the benchmark for enrollment recruiting who punches above their weight? Is there one you think of?
Oregon. We are punching against our weight. There are some things that I would say, and although again that funnel picture is not one that makes everyone excited, what I think it tells us though is that we are still landing a class that is well above where we are in terms of our ranking. So if we think about where we are with respect to the Big Ten peers, we are number 15 of the 16 public Big Tens in terms of our ranking. We're second to last. And we are punching above our weight in that respect if we think about that particular peer set. There are some others who punch a little bit above their weight in certain areas, but I will say on the enrollment side, really it is identity and knowing oneself or their institution as self, and then being able to promote that in ways that are solid and that are holistic, not just sort of salesy. I think the institutions who look like they're doing very well at board meetings tend to, do a lot of sales work on the front end. And if one looks at the rest of the funnel, they will see how leaky it probably is. And so my intention is to not do that here for you.
And the last thing, and then I'll let somebody else ask, is what should we expect from you at our December meeting in terms of your presentation? What are you expecting to provide to us?
So I expect a couple of things at a high level, our recruitment approach. So that will not be a full detailed point-by-point recruitment plan. We'll keep some of that undercover, but you should know the approach, the areas that we want to really investigate in terms of qualify as prospective areas, how we are working with campus partners to address those key areas. Some report about teams or team members that we're excited about and things that we're doing that are probably unique or differentiators in the market. What you should also expect to hear from us are how we landed this year in the incoming class, how last year's class is doing with respect to first to second year retention, and then what the graduation rates are, so that we can directly tie it to Oregon Rising. The third thing you should hear, what did we try or what did we initially believe to be the case that either we've confirmed or that we have found not quite to be the case. So those are the three high levels of what you should expect in December.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Super excited. that we landed you and that we have someone on the roll ready to hit the ground running. Kind of like Tim, I have a few thoughts, questions, ideas that you can pick and choose which ones you want to answer right now. But I guess I know we have a lot of data around the process. I guess is there data that we don't have that you think would help us? And do you think we're where we have actions we can take based on data that move the needle? Are we doing that appropriately currently? I guess second thought question is, do you feel like we have a way we can articulate that we're differentiated in the market to students or to the stakeholders you mentioned that resonates? Or is it, here's a great school, so I'm just curious to learn that over time is, how are we differentiating? What's the strategy to kind of maximize that?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So the answer to the first is we do have hard data on, each part of this process. I think the difficult part is harnessing the data for actionable and items. And one of the key pieces that we are working on will be predictors to time to degree. What predictors are the best ones to use that means, this student has reached their degree points, and then sort of doing a regression analysis to determine what combination of factors might be revealed at the point of applicant to get us to that graduate. We have some of the data pieces there, but they are, I'll call them rough or blunt data points. We can do a whole lot better, and part of that will be a more holistic review of applicants. In a typical enrollment environment with a holistic review, you can rate applicants based on, again, a holistic review would say out of your high school, out of the curricula provided there, how much of that did you take? How rigorous was that environment? And then how did you perform towards it? And so you would look at things like course progression, and all of those things would be indicators for us, not just in the admissions process, but in terms of how do we need to assign courses, what faculty are needed in certain areas. Are there areas that our students are going to be softer in or stronger in? And if so, what does that mean for course capacity? And then how does that relate to degree things? I think curricular complexity is another thing that we can work with Chris's team on. Are there parts of our curriculum, in particular programs that might be, choke points in the process? So the data, technically it exists, right? It's just how do we harness it, and can we harness it in a way quick enough to make actionable decisions? The sound bites with schools, I think we have a couple of good ones. I won't reveal them too soon. Carol has some great ones. I can't steal the thunder that she and her team have worked for, but I will be sort of pressure testing some areas with counselors over the next couple of weeks, but particularly at our national conference starting on Wednesday. What I'm interested in learning is from them, when you think about Oregon, what do you think about outside of a great, athletic teams? What do you think about and learning from them about what resonates most when they're having conversations with students? Another data point that we're looking at is who sends us the best students, which high schools send us the best students right now. And so our team's already compiling those data points, and so we can work with counselors there. Why are your students interested in Oregon? Why are they choosing Oregon? Why are they landing at Oregon? How are they doing at Oregon? And those are some data points that I think would help us inform our process. Thank you.
Okay. Marsha's going to be next, and she sent me a nice note to remind everybody, if you turn your mic on, I actually get a listing, so you're in the queue. So you turn your mic on, and provided I pay attention, then I'll call on you. And then when you're done, turn your mic off, you go off the queue. So, Marsha.
Yeah, and just another note to everybody, I think if you swipe up, you can see what the queue looks like. Oh. No, I can actually see, yeah. As we're getting used to the.
There's a max.
Well, I tried several times over the last 5 minutes, maybe.
There you go.
There.
All right. We're all still learning the process. I'm curious, first of all, Derek, thank you for making your way out west and becoming a Duck. Had the pleasure of meeting with a rival president over the weekend, and he made the comment about he would have loved to have hired you for his institution. So I think that says a lot. On the topic of retention, I think there's obviously admitting students who maybe are where we're a better fit is clearly one way. I'm curious how you and Angela are working together to think about the student experience, because that is obviously, and creating that sense of belonging. I'm curious how you are partnering. You talk a lot about partnering with Carol, but how are we partnering on the student experience side to raise that retention rate as well and reduce our overall student attrition?
Thank you for the question. And I think partnerships between enrollment and student affairs or student life is a really strong connector. Angela's team is essentially our biggest, outside of our faculty, our biggest support arm for students. They're sort of the hug that a student gets once they're here, a hug and a lift. And so our job is to make sure that Angela gets what she needs, that we're responsible. So we have regular meetings, monthly meetings. The ways that we do so are going to be in some ways sort of separate. It's, making sure that you have some lane space. For example, we're not necessarily working directly with Angela on counseling services because that's a clear lane space, right, that she would have. However, we do need to work together on things like Week of Welcome. How are we welcoming the students? What's the warm handoff in that part of the process? Our biggest connection point is going to be the student experience, especially as it relates to housing, and that's sort of a three-part area. There's Angela's team that's going to really support students no matter how they're feeling or doing within the residence halls. Our team is going to be first point of the students in the residence halls, and we're going to be working with Chris's team and the faculty who are in our academic residential communities, or our ARCs, which is a really strong connection point. Part of this is having an open feedback loop between not just Angela and myself, but our teams, and our teams are deeply connected in many ways that we know, some ways that we probably don't even know, that they're regularly meeting and connecting with one another with students. So again, it's not necessarily on the very front end like Carol's team would be. It's the hug and the lift that Angela's team that gets to support them there. There are other parts that are sort of students in crisis and what happens. So, Angela's team with the Dean of Students would work in sort of when a student is going through a crisis, which points need to be contacted. Is the crisis one that also includes finances? That would be our team, part her team, part things like food insecurity, et cetera. All of those things would be legs into the Angela space. But it's a close partnership, and we'll be working in ways in the future to make sure that we're having a robust relationship with one another.
David? Go ahead. We're going to give you an extra minute.
I was just wondering, so you showed the funnel and that's in aggregate, but how does the funnel, if you separate for in-state versus out-of-state look, and how does that compare to our peer institutions?
It looks similar, but not the same. I mean, it's hard to create medians for the legacy Pac-12 and the Big Ten, only because of the way that some institutions will count residency. Institutions with reciprocity programs might count residency different, or might have state requirements on the number who have to be resident students, so it's not necessarily an apples-to-apples comparison. If we look at an institution, let's say UCLA, which would be in that Big Ten, they have to have about 80% of their incoming class from the state of California. So it's not really a fair comparison to say, look at the applicants and then look at those who are yielded in the state of California, because it's a part of their requirement. We would be closer to a legacy Pac-12 like Arizona or CU Boulder that don't have the same residency requirements or restrictions, just have some other things to look at. So it's not as easy to do with in-state students. It's better to do with the aggregate. But we can find information on any institution for those of you who have specific questions.
All right. Derek, thanks so much. Lots of information, more to come. Appreciate your insight, your background. Those of us that love data, like data, more data. And again, welcome to Oregon.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
We are going to adjourn for lunch, and we're going to have an executive session. We are in another building. We're going to go back to where we had breakfast. So we will adjourn and then be back here at 1:30. Okay?
Recording in progress.
Hi, Melissa. It's nice to have you here. So we'll call our meeting back in session. And oh,
Exactly.
first on our agenda is the discussion of the annual review of Carl, of our university president. And so I'm going to share a little bit about the process that we go through. I'm also going to share a few comments about Carl. He's heard these. And then, of course, as always, anybody else that wants to chime in and share anything, we'll open it up to the group. So the process, I think, is really good because it's very transparent. Lots of people are involved. All the trustees have a chance to share what they think. And I want to make special thanks to our vice chair, Marcia Aaron, who's critical in so many ways with this board. We meet every Monday. She was also critical in this review process because between her and I, we called a bunch of direct and indirect reports. Some chose to send things in writing. Others we talked to. We talked about those notes together so that we had a good understanding of those. Carl provides a lot of rigor. I think it's a 23-page document that he took time back during the summer to evaluate himself, which is always valuable when you're talking to somebody to do a self-review. That's very informative. We gathered all that information together, and then Carl and I sat down for probably 3 hours, and we did the same thing last year, and we talked through it all. One of the things I know for me that I find refreshing is his openness to listen, his willingness to push back. It's a good discussion, and there's no defensive bone in his body. Well, it probably is. We all have one somewhere, but it's a very open and candid conversation. Then I'm just going to share just a couple things. And by the way, we've also, as trustees, had a chance to talk about these things. So it's very positive, very helpful. What struck me the most and I would share with Marcia as well, in talking to the direct reports, were how many times similar words came back, which is it's great feedback because you hear it once, it could be anybody. You hear it 2 or 3 times, it's typically true. He's an active listener, steady leader, hard worker, built a great team. Lots of people talked about that. Also, Oregon Rising is something that is catching on, people knowing about it, talking about it. Communication, and this is a good way to segue into also things to work on. Communication was mentioned as a strength, but given all of the events going on campus, and we've had a lot of them, communication was also mentioned that you can never communicate enough. As I think we can all take that as a lesson. I know Carl can too, that people want to hear. The other thing I've shared with Carl, trust his leadership. People want to see him. People want to hear him. When they hear him and they see him, they like him. And if they don't hear him and see him, they don't have a chance to like him. And so and it's hard as a university president to be everywhere with the number of stakeholders we have. And his calendar is unbelievable. But there's an undying desire to be around Carl. It's been 2 years now, and he knows this. There's been a lot of work and effort put on. We mentioned the hiring. It's kind of surprising. It's been 2 years. It's gone by fast. But the opportunity is ahead of us now. Hard decisions have been made. There are likely to be more hard decisions that are going to be made. We have a game plan. We've got the team in place. He's put the team in place. And it's really, it's a time for action. And Carl knows that. So we feel fortunate that we have Carl as our leader, and we're looking forward to what can be achieved over the next 5 years. I'm going to stop with that. I'm going to just open it up if there are any questions or comments, either way. Melissa? No. just a little humor to break the silence. All right. Carl, do you have anything you want to add?
No, I'm just grateful for great input and having a great board. I frequently say it's the best board in higher education, and I think that's true. So thank you, board, colleagues. Thank you for everything that you do.
All right. Always, Carl's quick to talk about what a great board we have, and the truth is, it's the structure. I mean, we got to believe we always want to believe that we're helpful in what we do, but it also is the structure. For those that are in higher ed, know there are a lot of different structures around the country, and the state of Oregon has put in a good structure and allowed, while we're all appointed by the governor, there's been a lot of input by the university that's really helped keep a board that stays in their own guardrails, tries to stay out of politics, and leaves Carl and the management team to run the university. So next on our agenda is we also have an annual board self-evaluation, and Cody's going to lead this.
Thank you. And I moved over here because I couldn't get the clicker to work from my spot, not dramatic effect. So just have a few slides quickly on the board's annual self-evaluation. As a reminder, and for those listening, the board fills out a fairly extensive survey about the board's performance and potentially things that can be improved upon. And this is a statutorily required self-evaluation. So again, just 3 slides. The major highlights I wanted to point out. So here I just focused on things that I saw multiple trustees responding in similar fashion, was that the board really acknowledges and leans into its role as the long-term oversight body for the university and fostering the university's success. And the major components that trustees mentioned in that regard are the fiduciary responsibility for the whole institution that trustees have, the guiding presence of the university's strategic plan, Oregon Rising, and the interest in hearing regular updates at board meetings on that, and a little bit of what we heard earlier when Derek was up here about focusing on the university's recruitment and enrollment strategy. And so I'm glad to hear we'll bring Derek back in December. And had a lot of trustees mention the diverse set of skills that the board has. Each trustee has their own professional experiences and academic experiences, and that generating discussion where trustees can use their unique perspectives is something the board really wants to continue doing moving forward. As far as specific areas of interest potentially for future meetings, had several trustees mention how the board kind of continuously reviews projects that the board votes on. Something that was mentioned earlier in this meeting is our academic programs. And so we've had discussions about at what point in time do we look back at programs to measure how well they are doing, especially compared to how they were presented in the Academic Affairs Committee. Had some similar responses on capital projects and interest in touring some of the projects the board has approved recently when they're fully constructed. Derek also talked a little bit about the changes in higher education, both within the state and nationally, and so there's a lot of interest there. Had a lot of praise for external speakers. I think in particular, a while back when we had Ken Goldstein join us, the board really enjoyed that presentation, and so it's something I'll look at in terms of bringing external speakers, and always ways the university supports students, and the board enjoys hearing about that. And then lastly, I know Steve always talks about what are the challenges when presenters come up, so I wanted to make sure I kind of pulled some of that from the survey. How we use the board committees is something that we've talked about a lot, certainly in the year since I've been here. It's something I've tried to focus on, and we've kind of gone down the road with the Academic Affairs Committee, and I'm look forward to working with Trustee Storman on using the Finance and Facilities Committee. Sometimes it can be kind of difficult to get financial information at a certain point in time to have a committee meeting, but I think looking into how we can do deep dives with that committee on specific topics will be a good use of time. Always trying to get the meeting materials out to trustees as soon as possible because there's a lot of information in there and it's a pretty thick binder. Engagement with the UL community. We have on-campus trustees who hold office hours. And outside of that, we have the public comment period, but what we can do more to have trustees engaging with folks on campus. We typically hold events, for breakfast, lunch, dinner, that kind of stuff, but always trying to find different ways to bring more people to the board. And then lastly, what I mentioned earlier, just really trying to generate discussion. I think the trustees all read that big binder of materials before meetings and come prepared to engage in meaningful discussion. And it's something I'm just mindful of in helping to create the agendas with board leadership, that the board wants to really engage in meaningful long-term discussions for the university.
All right. Any questions for Cody? Is there one takeaway about how we could be better, other than you talked about when speakers come? Is there anything that came up about as a board that we need to really focus on?
Yeah, I mean, I would say, the collective expertise of the board using that, but the fiduciary responsibility, especially right now, I think is most important from what I saw in the responses, and I know we'll talk about that here shortly.
All right, thanks, Cody. Before we go to the financial foundation for the University of Oregon is the next section, and we're going to spend considerable time on this. I want to take a moment. Renee James is the newest trustee, and she is in France and has been on call on Zoom. And it kills her not to be here. And I don't know if she's on right now. Renee, are you on? Maybe. Anyway, welcome to Renee James. Secondly, David Mitrovchin Morgan. Do you say it? What? Oh gosh, I'm not going to be able to say that with that accent. That was pretty good. Okay, David Morgan. This is David's second year, but his first year as a voting student. So it's wonderful, and we appreciate all your questions and your insight. And then we have we will have a student added who has not been approved yet, and we'll have a faculty member who has not yet been approved. That's in process. So both of them will be at our December meeting. All right, Jamie, I think you are up next, and with probably Brian. And Jeff, yes, welcome. So we've set aside, Jamie, from now until 4:30. We may take a 5 or 10 minute break in the middle of all that. And we will, of course, ask questions, and when each of you get done, to make sure we have time for that.
Yep. All right. Well, we have a lot of material to cover today. And as always, we're happy to take questions as we go, as things come up and you have issues. We're going to start off with Brian walking us through our quarterly financial report. And just to set the context, this is to give you the final numbers for the final quarter of last year, which ended on June 30th, and let you know how we did. Two things I'll just highlight before I hand it over to Brian. One is good news, which we did end up coming in slightly better than we had projected on our budget. So having a slight increase to our carry forward. That was mainly due to the fact that we saw a slowdown in hiring, which Brian's going to talk about, but he'll also get into some of the other factors. And there is one slide we're going to spend a little bit more time on than I think we have in past years, which is a slide at least Brian and I really like, which is the year in review. And the reason why we like to take time on that is because that walks you through kind of what were our initial projections at the very, very beginning of the year, before it even started in the spring of '24. And then how did things change and evolve, and how well did we project things, and where were we on point, and where were we maybe slightly off? So it's a slide we're going to take a little bit more time on.
All right, can folks hear me? All right. Well, again, thank you for taking time this afternoon, and we'll walk through several presentations, but really starting with how did we settle out Q4 of fiscal '25. I will channel Kelly Wolf, our controller, and say, we haven't issued the final audited financial statement, so there may be minor changes as the audit process continues, but those should be minor in nature. Walk through three basic items. One, what are the key takeaways for the final quarter of the year? Our Q4 financials, we'll highlight a couple things in detail, and then as Jamie mentioned, our year in review, where we'll walk through each of the quarters, what our forecasts were, starting with our beginning projection, which was done last April, and how that settled out through the year, which I think is really helpful in accountability process for us as we think about our forecasting methodologies and to understand what are the variables that are in play during the year. So key takeaways, our largest revenue streams, tuition and state appropriations, came in right on target in Q3. By the time we get to the June meeting, we have a very clear understanding of what state appropriations and tuition revenue for the year will be. Our miscellaneous revenue categories were up slightly. That includes ICC revenue, which are indirects from federal grants, as well as interest and investment. So though there has been significant conversation around federal grants, we have continued to see kind of consistent activity from areas on campus. There may be risks as we get to the out years, but right now we have a robust portfolio of grants and significant activity on those. Personnel services came in $3 million or 0.6% under projection due to a couple of factors. One, higher than expected use of gifts and grants during Q4. So we had a couple of units in particular that were catching up on labor distributions, particularly for grant activity of faculty members. Point one. Point two is a slowdown in hiring. So we began last spring making more clear statements to units across campus that we anticipated troubled waters ahead in our budget, and so we started to see a pullback in hiring. And that meant that as the last quarter developed, instead of seeing an uptick, which we had seen in the last several years in terms of headcount, employee headcount at the institution, that actually leveled off pretty significantly during the last quarter. Service and supplies came in $1.4 million or 1% under projection, primarily due to lower than expected natural gas costs. So we had conversation with the board several years ago now around the climate protection plan. That was not implemented last year, which meant that surcharges associated with our natural gas use rolled off. So we didn't experience some of those cost increases last year. Student aid came in $500,000 under projections. Many of our units, as they were more conscious of managing their general fund budgets, made sure that where there were appropriate gifts for student aid, they were able to use those resources to manage the general fund budget. Net transfers came in on target, a little bit ahead of the Q3 forecast, but essentially on target. Capital expenditures were a little bit lower than projections, to the tune of $600,000. And at the bottom line, our projected E&G fund balance, including accounting adjustments, I'll highlight that on the next slide, was $119.7 million or 9.1 weeks of operating expenses versus Q3 projections of $115.4 million or 8.7 weeks. So we came in a little bit ahead. Revenues basically on target, expenses a little bit low, as we saw folks naturally begin to react to the recognition that we had a much more challenging budget circumstance than we believed at the beginning of the year. I recognize a lot of numbers on this. This is the same spreadsheet that we see every quarter with revenues and expenses on the rows, our Q3 projection and Q4 projection. In the middle, on the far right-hand side, you'll see the difference. We've talked through many of those numbers. Just a few that I wanted to highlight here. Personnel expenses, as noted earlier, we had forecast at Q3 $546 million worth of total personnel expenditures. That includes salary and benefits. That came in at $543 million, just shy by about 0.6%, but on that big of a number, 0.6 is a significant amount. And again, we saw slowing hiring in particular across the institution. Some of that will be vacancy savings that, as we talk about later today in budget reductions, were utilized across the institution. Supplies and services, again, as noted, the major change here is that we were down in our natural gas expenditures through the year. There are always timing issues across different expenditure categories, but kind of the big bulk of the change related to our energy usage. And then the year-end accounting adjustment at the bottom of the page, you'll see was negative $1.9 million or an expense of $1.9 million. That's a compensated absence liability. So as individuals accrue vacations, those become a balance sheet liability in a different fund, and we expense them on the E&G fund and roll that at the end of the year. So it's one of those end of the year accounting adjustments. We don't forecast that. We'll see this in a different presentation. We don't forecast that into the out years. It can vary. Though it was consistent last year at $2 million, this year at $1.9 million. That can vary significantly over time. So we don't forecast that out, but it is an expense that hit.
Is it a cash expense? Okay, thank you.
And with that, I'll close out this slide, which is really around Q4, and move to the next slide, talking about what happened over the year. And so I want to spend a moment just walking through each of the different categories. The pink slides, orange slides on here, or the orange cells are where we made adjustments through the year in our projections. The first category was our initial projection beginning that we made in April, May of last year as we set our beginning budget. Then Q1, Q2, Q3, and then the final Q4 actuals. And then the final column is how far off were we, plus or minus, from initial projection about a year and a half before the end of the budget. State appropriations, we had forecast $104 million. We upped that in the fall and winter as the state, the Higher Education Coordinating Commission, does a settle up process. That's grown over the last couple, or the settle up has been positive over the last couple of years as the University of Oregon has seen growing resident enrollment and growing resident completions, and particularly when we compare that to the other public institutions in the state. So that's been a positive settle up, and we see that in the enrollment numbers that we've had at the institution. We anticipate that to continue over time. In winter, that came up a little bit further as a direct project funding that was routing to the law school. We brought that onto or recognized it on the general fund instead of in a different fund. Tuition and fees. You'll notice we started the year with a forecast tuition and fee revenue of $538 million. We brought that down in fall to $528 million as it became clear that the initial non-resident class, or the forecast non-resident class, was lower than we had anticipated. And so when that happened, we began signaling that there would be, that we would have, as the revenue comes down, we're going to have the revenue and cost pressures begin to impact us. That came up a little bit through the year and settled out at $529 million as we saw better than expected credit loads for our students. That's something that is continuing. When we talked earlier, there's some discussion around the impact of Oregon Rising. I want to flag this is a place that we're seeing it show up in the financials. We know that students need to take 15 credits to complete their degrees in 4 years. That has been clearly articulated to our students through our advising, and we're seeing that in higher credit loads. We saw it last year. We're seeing it again this year. ICC revenue, those are grant indirects, has continued essentially flat through the year. And I just want to flag that, though there's no change there, we're seeing the existing grant activity continue as anticipated, if not accelerate, as folks are wanting to spend down those resources. Maybe an issue in the future, has not been to date. Lastly, total revenue started at $596 million, brought that down to $690 million or $691 million. So that came down as tuition revenue came down through the year. On the expense side, personnel services, we began the year forecasting $537 million. We increased that pretty significantly when we came to fall. There are two major drivers for that. One, we were in the middle of negotiations with one of our largest labor groups on campus, and the offers had changed between April and May to where we were at the negotiating table in fall before final settlement, and net rehiring through last fiscal year grew faster than we had initially anticipated. So we began to signal to this body that our vacancy rates were very, very low and lower than historical levels at the institution. That shows up in higher than anticipated compensation. Supplies and services were relatively steady through the year. This is one of those categories where we probably ought to set our forecast and then leave it. So we inched it up through the year from 118 million to 119, and then we ended the year right at 118 million dollars. So best laid plans. And general expenses through the year, again, were relatively flat, minor adjustments in student aid through the year. Net before capital expenditures, I think this is an important part. We anticipated coming into the year that we would put $20 million to the bottom line before capital expenditures. And that was when we assumed that the resident income or the non-resident class would be much larger than it ended up being. As it became clear that that was a smaller class, we adjusted our forecast down to a very small net positive before CapEx and actually a slight negative if you take into account capital expenditures through the year. So last year, our initial plan was that that would be a positive year, would build up our fund balances a little bit, knowing that the out years would be more difficult for us. When enrollment came in lower, that put us on a little bit different trajectory. Ending fund balances, echoing that, we anticipated ending the year with $131.3 million. We have ended the year with $119.7 million after the accounting adjustment. That'll open it up if folks have questions on the year in review.
Can you just remind me, we don't have days cash on hand debt covenants, correct?
We do not.
Perfect. And then I know it was a small, like being within 1% is awesome. And at the same time, it's our single largest category, personnel. Like, how do we think about managing that going forward, given our tough budget situation? And this is probably both to you, Brian, and to you, Chris, because obviously, you know, making sure we've got control. Sometimes big institutions that are decentralized don't always have as tight a control over hiring as you'd like. So I'm just curious on that, because that's obviously what will keep us out of trouble going forward.
Yeah, maybe I'll take a stab at that first, and then Chris can add. I will say personnel is a very challenging thing for us to project, because those decisions about hiring are done at the school and college and department level. It's not Brian or I approving. We don't have position control. And so it's really important that, in my mind, that we're setting budgets that are realistic for units, and then the units are staying within those budgets, which have personnel budgets within them, because that is the mechanism that we have to really track. And that's something that we're working on. And as part of the process that we just went through with reductions, part of that was addressed at different units on both the academic and admin side where expenses had been higher than budget. So I think that is going to be the main way that we're able to focus on that. It's still going to be a challenge for our finance team, because there's always questions about what level of vacancy rates people are really going to run. But I think it's going to have to be on very, very disciplined and focused budget management.
We've been working very intentionally with the deans over the past year to build both the trust that we need and also the capacity that we need to ensure that they're managing their budgets effectively. I'm glad to hear that, as we signaled, that we really needed to rein things in. We're seeing the results of that. But we also have quarterly meetings where we're engaging with them to make sure that we're all on the same page with regard to the hiring process. And that's obviously going to be a central part of how we're addressing some of the issues we're still facing.
And Chris, have you incorporated into Dean's review process accountability, sort of budget management?
Yes, we are just finishing all the reviews of deans this summer, and that's part of every conversation I've had with them.
Grant?
All right. If we don't have more questions on, or did
I'm
we?
sorry, one more question.
Yeah.
So what we see here is an amalgamation of all departments, et cetera. Are there better and worse actors in the building? And
I think it's fair to say that overall, most units are operating within their budgets. We do have some, and again, both on the academic and administrative side, where that has been more of a struggle. And we were very explicit, again, in this process this summer, that when we started to look at budget reductions, that was on top of, for some units, having to take actions that basically got them back in line with their existing budgets first. And so we really were very focused on that issue. But it has, for some units, it definitely has been challenging. And some units just also, I would say, face more pressures than others in terms of their budgets, maybe dealing with issues that are very inflationary. And so we're also, looking at how we help set those budgets to begin with. But I think it's fair to say that, at least in the time that I've been with the institution, it feels to me that this is a time period where we're putting more attention on that issue than we ever have in the past.
Amy, I also wondered, I think when we got together last time, there was a discussion about the grant overhead allowed, and we were kind of preparing for the worst. Did that ever move forward, or are we still able to assign the overhead that we had been?
Yeah, so I would say that is an issue that is still in play. And I am not actually the expert on that, but I will speak and then others can jump in, including Carl, if he's heard things from other presidents. There's a lot of active work being done in that area. There was a task force that was put together with representatives across the country that were trying to put together new potential models for F&A so that there was some suggestions from the universities, not just reacting to what was ever happening at the federal level. There's also been lots of legislation on this. There's been agency action. At the moment, I believe nothing has been decided for sure, and I think it will take some time moving forward to understand what model is likely to get implemented. But I would definitely say that's still, in my mind, a risk factor. And this, for those of you who aren't following as closely, what Amy's referring to is the return we're able to get to cover indirect costs on federal grants, which for us shows up as our ICC revenue in these reports. So roughly it's about $33 million at play. And so there's some real risk there, but there also is lots of action going on at the federal level in terms of discussions about what that might look like. And again, I'm not the resident expert, but I'm not even sure if the resident expert's in the room. So if anyone else has more to add on that, please do. I will say on grants as well that what Brian pointed out is we have not seen a slowdown in our expenditures of grants. And when we expend grants is when we then receive reimbursement for them, and we acknowledge as revenue the ICC funds. There have been some places where future grants have been slowed down, and so we may see impacts. You'll see this in our forecast that we're not expecting our ICC revenue to continue at the same clip, because there have been some actions taken over the spring and stoppages of approvals of grants and things that will likely slow down grants going forward a little bit. But again, that's I'm not the resident expert on that one. So, any other questions on the quarterly? Yeah.
Just because you were mentioning it, is there a risk of not using that grant money? Like, is that something that we need to use because we could lose it? Or is it once that we have it, it's ours?
I would say, again, speaking in an area that's not my expertise, I believe that there's always a risk that a grant could get canceled, which I think is probably impacting behavior today among our faculty, because obviously if we have awards, we want to spend those down. Many awards are multi-year awards, so it's not the kind of thing that you can just instantly spend it down. But I will say when we looked at some of our cash balances, and Jeff is going to mention this, what we're seeing is both, continuing forward with good, robust activity on the expenditure side. And then on the reimbursement side, we've actually seen accelerated activity as folks are making sure to get those reimbursement requests in as quickly as possible. So again, I think right now, as you look at our reports, you'll see robust activity for the past year, and then we're trying to be a little bit conservative budgeting going forward in terms of that ICC return. But there are certainly worst-case scenarios that could happen if suddenly that overhead return was cut dramatically that are not in our explicit models today, but we label them as a risk factor going forward. Any other questions? Okay, then we are going to move next, I believe, to our quarterly treasury report, and Jeff is going to provide that. In general, this report is very stable and consistent with prior reports that we've given you. No big surprises, but there are a couple things I want to highlight. One is we did have an opportunity to make an investment with the state related to a second PERS side account, and Jeff's going to talk you through that. That had significant benefit to us because of the state match, which is wonderful. And secondly, he's done some interesting forecasting on some of our debt ratios. So.
Good afternoon. We'll begin with the cash investment balances slide. And in Q4 of fiscal year 2025, we were $29 million greater than the same period in fiscal year 2024. You can see on the right-hand side of the slide some of the reasons for that, and I'll go into detail on just a couple of those. As been discussed just previously, we have increased grant activity. And the way grants work is we get the expenditures put against those funds, so they run in deficit. However, due to the uncertainty that was just discussed with the federal government, not only have we seen increased activity, but we've also expedited a lot of those reimbursement requests of those expenditures. And so we've seen an increase in our cash balances while bringing that deficit lower within the grant funds. The other item I just want to give a little more detail on is the last item, which is our plant funds. We've seen actually quite a significant reduction in those funds. And there's a couple of things that have happened there. One is we're running just a little bit lower than our quarterly average over the last several quarters. But the main reason we're lower by about $32 million compared to the same period last year. The primary reason is that the plant funds were so much higher last year. They were unusually high balances because of the activity happened here in Portland, and the night campus were the two main items. And we're seeing those project expenditures come through and bringing down our plant fund balances. As I mentioned, we were $29 million greater in Q4 of 25 than we were in Q4 of the previous year. That is actually also a significant reduction to what I reported to you last quarter. In Q3, we were actually $57 million greater than the previous fiscal year. This is something that we've been talking to you about, I think, quite a bit, that we were going to see cash balances come down a little bit, especially compared to prior year. And I think you can see that visually much better with this graph. The green line at the top is fiscal year 2025. The black line below that is fiscal year 2024, and the darker gray line below that is fiscal year 2023. You can see that we had quite a significant spread between fiscal year 2024 and 2023, almost throughout the whole fiscal year. But as soon as fiscal year 2025 started, you can see that gap start to narrow. And particularly in Q4 of this year, you can see that narrowed substantially. To where there were some instances where we were actually at or even a little bit below previous year. I am monitoring our cash balances for this quarter, and that's stabilized quite a bit. We're right now currently at about $25 million greater than Q1 of last fiscal year. So it has stabilized, and when I report to you next quarter on that, because we're so far through this quarter already, I assume that we'll be right about that $25 million mark. As Jamie mentioned, one transaction that we wanted to mention to you that will be occurring at the end of this month is that we will be depositing money with the state of $58.6 million that will be put towards a per side account. What this really is a change in our investment time horizon. We're taking it out of the Oregon Short-Term Fund, a really short duration fund, and moving that over to the per side account with the state, which is committed for 20 years. So we're really changing our investment time horizon here. But as Jamie mentioned, the primary reason for doing that is we're seeing a 25% match from the state of Oregon. And so what that means is on the day that we make this deposit with the state, we'll also get $14.7 million from the state to add to that. And then with the deposit that we make, along with the match and along with any returns we get, which will be equal to what PERS typically gets, they put it into the same investment pool. Those are then used to reduce any future growth rates in our PERS accounts. We'll bring down those growth rates over the next 20 years. As I mentioned, we're moving it from the Oregon Short-Term Fund over to the PERS account. So the one consequence of that is that we are reducing our liquidity. We will be lowering our days cash on hand as Moody's and S&P define it, as they look at either 1 month or 1 year liquidity. However, I did do an analysis of our cash flow over the next several years, and I'm confident that we'll be able, even with this transaction, we'll be able to meet all of the operating needs of the university.
One thing I'll mention on this one, and I know this can be, given how high our PERS rates are today, and then they translate into what's called our blended OP, other personnel expenses on campus, it's hard to believe that they would be even higher without the side accounts, but the reality is our existing side account and then this additional side account are helping to keep the PERS rates at the level they are today. And basically, as Jeff said, they would be even higher and charges on those would be even higher if we didn't have these side accounts. And so in the long term, because we receive the state match in particular, it helps us to keep the overall cost down for benefits for employees.
Two questions. The other $60 million side account, is it really 75 with the 25% match, or is it 60?
It's 60 plus the match, so it's more like 75.
And then secondly, this was thought to be going to be bigger, and then it ended up getting shrunk, right? We originally thought we might be able to do more. What was that amount?
Yeah, I'm going to look to Kelly. I don't know if he remembers. The original number was a lot larger. We were limited by the size of our unfunded liability. And Kelly, do you know off the top of your head what the original request was we put in for the side account? We can get you.
That's all right.
Yeah, we can get you that figure. It was higher. What ended up happening was there was a short window of time when the state was willing to take applications, and more people applied for funds than the funds that they had available.
My question was more to show our intent to believe this is a good investment for us, and we would have done more if we could have.
Absolutely, with a 25% match, it's a very positive thing for us. If you think about these two side accounts from the state, in total, the state has contributed almost $30 million to us to help support our PERS charges.
And Jamie, I think when we were doing, having the discussion about the budget back, before, you had mentioned that cost of PERS was going up for us. Are you saying that we're mitigating that increase like totally, or what would it have been if we weren't doing this? Or can you give us a little more color on what we're saving here?
Yeah, PERS is going up very, very substantially. So we are not mitigating the bulk of that increase. I want to say when I've looked at the numbers over time, every time PERS does a very substantial increase, my memory is for the E&G funds, it's something like a $7 to $8 million impact annually per year. And for the whole institution, it's been closer to 10 million. So those are very substantial numbers. By doing the side account, we're able to slightly reduce the impact of those increases, but it's nothing near that magnitude.
I have a question, Jamie, remind me the PERS horizon. Is it 20? I mean, how much longer do we see the significant increases and then?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. So the PERS board every December, I believe, issues a set of forecasts with their actuaries. And the rate of growth is actually entering a phase where it begins to slow down, assuming that they meet their 6.8% investment assumption. So there are, I think this biennium increases pretty substantially. And then we believe that using their forecast, it then levels off for the next several years and could actually decline when you start getting 8, 10, 12 years out. So they are approaching the edge of the hump, right, before it starts coming down.
Right, I might reframe Brian's slightly optimistic view. The rates are still going up. They're going to go up very substantially in the next couple of years. And then hopefully they will stay at that higher level
Yeah.
for a period of 8 to 10 years. And then in the out years, depending on where the investment returns are, they could start to come down. But that, there was a very important thing he said there, which is the PERS board and all their estimates is assuming 6.8, a 6.8% average annual return in their investments. And I don't know that they got that the last time. So that's part of their assumptions in their projections.
Got it. So they haven't predicted an end
No, I
30
think,
years from now, 40 years from now.
no, I think the important piece is that it levels off. And I think the other thing, just to disabuse any notion of optimism, I think there's a lot of discussion, if you're paying attention to PERS, that there's a tier 1, tier 2 problem. That is true. There is a tier 3 problem as well. And so that issue that the PERS tier 3 or rates are now roughly equivalent. They're still a little bit below the tier 1, tier 2. And so those, like that issue will continue even as the tier 1, tier 2 members age out of retirement.
I'm just curious, I know previous board meetings you were talking, there was efforts to shift more and more of our labor force to like OP rather, or like other forms of OP instead of PERS. Has there been any updates on that?
So some of our employees automatically go into PERS. Others have a choice between PERS and then an optional retirement plan, which is unlike a defined benefit plan where you're guaranteed some payment when you retire. It's a defined contribution plan where there's contributions into a fund and then you receive the benefit of how that fund grows in the market. One of the steps that we did take to try to make that optional retirement plan more attractive to new employees is we shorten the vesting period so that those funds are vested more quickly for them. But it is a choice that certain employee groups, officers, administration, faculty have between the two plans. Our classified staff automatically go into the PERS plan.
Every quarter, I report to you our cash and investment balances on the asset side of the balance sheet. And so I thought it would be of interest to show the liability side, and one of the major components of that is our debt and lease balances. And you can see here on the green line is what the University of Oregon debt balances have been from fiscal year 2020 through fiscal year 2025, and then with a projection at the for fiscal year 2026 that I'll talk about in a minute. You'll see a couple sharp increases in fiscal year 20 and then one in fiscal year 2022. Those were the last times that we issued debt, and that's why you see those sharp increases. From that peak in fiscal year 2022 until the end of fiscal year 2025, you'll see a slow reduction in our balances, and that equaled about $60 million over that period. Once we get to fiscal year 2026, you'll see another sharp increase. If you recall, at the March board meeting, you approved $180 million for a bond issue to finance the next generation housing project on East Campus. At that time, we asked for $180 million altogether because we felt there was some threat to our ability to issue tax-exempt financing in the future. That threat has subsided. And so now I'm projecting that we will need to issue in a range of $100 million to $150 million. Regardless of where we issue in that range, we will be slightly above our fiscal year 2022 peak, but again, not substantially above that area. I'm thinking right now we'll be somewhere in between that, like in the $120, $130 million range that we'll have to issue for that project. So as I mentioned throughout the previous slides, we've had an increase in our cash and investments. We've also had a decrease in our debts. We are improving the balance sheet. So I wanted to share this with you. You see this quarterly in the written document, but I wanted to put it up for to present to you verbally this time. This is our cash and investments to debt ratio. This is a ratio that our rating agencies also look at. The University of Oregon's ratio is at near the bottom there in the green line. You'll see that from fiscal year 2020 through fiscal year or most of fiscal year 2023, we're pretty much range bound. And that range was in the 42 to 63%, somewhere in there. At the end of fiscal year 2023, we broke out of that range, And you'll see we've had a nice upward slope, not very sharp, but still a nice upward slope since then. And in fact, hit a high of 89% of cash and investments to debt at the end of fiscal year 2025. Again, with the projection in fiscal year 2026, I use the same range of $100 million debt issue to $150 million issuance. And you can see we don't drop way down. We do flatten that line, so we're no longer going up, but we don't see a sharp reduction regardless of how much we issue at that time. I think it's also important, though, even though we're seeing really good improvement here, we're really happy about that, to compare us to our peer group. And the orange dash line at the very top, that's the AAU Public Universities. This is their fiscal year 2024 number. And you can see they are substantially above us yet. They're at 212%, which when we even look at our high of 89% at the end of last fiscal year, we're only 42% of our peer group. And so while again, we're happy with the direction we're going, we know we're substantially below the rest of our peer group at this point yet. And I'm happy to take any questions.
My question is going back on something we just heard on PERS rates. For me, hearing that there is no light at the end of the tunnel, that tier 3 is also a problem. I guess maybe that everybody else knew that, but that was news to me. Is there some new information, or is this just, I guess I'm saddened, I'm stunned. I had been hopeful, so.
Yeah, I think, so the idea that we're going to face high rates for quite some time is not new. That's something at least we've been talking about internally and seen. I think, and just to clarify, and Brian, this is one of those times where if I say something wrong, you should correct me. The issue with tier 3 is that as the cost of PERS and a lot of the problems started decades ago, which was associated with employees who started at the university earlier, and tier 1 refers to folks who's Tier 1, 2, and 3 refers to different groups of employees depending on their start date. And the legislature made those programs less robust as they moved forward because they realized they were very, very expensive. And the challenge we've got right now, my understanding is we have so many people retiring who are in Tier 1 and Tier 2 that originally they were increasing the rates charged for those individual members by a lot. And what ended up happening as more of those people retired and there was still a big unfunded liability for the whole program as a whole, they started adding an unfunded liability charge to your tier 3 employees because they needed a way to collect funds to have enough in that pension to someday be able to pay out what's been promised to everybody. So it's not that the benefits of tier 3 are so expensive, although they're nice benefits, it's that the overall unfunded liability is shifting and more of the charges are on the tier 3 employees, which now have very high rates, as well as tier 1 and tier 2. He's nodding his head, so I feel better. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for me, it's, when do we start to see relief? Is it 20 years out? Is it, I guess I'd had some hope that we were somewhere, more than 10, less than 20, but.
Yeah, I do not know that exact figure or their latest projections, but we certainly can do a little research and see what the PERS board has put out related to that question.
And I was also concerned or questioned, is the guaranteed return for people that are in PERS, is it 8%? That they're guaranteed to get 8% no matter what the market is doing. And so then the state has to make up the difference if it's real, let's say the market is only delivering a 6% and there's a 2% gap. So I don't mean to go down a rabbit hole, but I think this is pertinent to what Andy is saying in terms of our liability to make people whole, quote unquote, relative to the legislature's decision years ago.
Yeah, so I feel like today is the day where I keep saying I'm not an expert on any question you ask me, and this is definitely one of them. We can do some research for you and find out. My understanding was that 8% guarantee was on a particular type of fund that I believe the legislature stopped adding money to, and for employees started putting money in a different type of fund that I don't think had that 8% guarantee. But my most recent update on this is pretty dated, so we can do some research on that and figure it out. But I do think that that problem was at least capped in terms of the funds to which it applied. And it does not apply, I do not believe, to all funds that employees have in their accounts going forward. but we will do some research and get a better answer.
I'm curious, does this cash investments to debt include auxiliaries? And if we take away auxiliaries, do we look better or worse?
Yes, it includes the whole university. And so I think if we would take that away, we would look worse. Well, that's actually a good question. Let me take that back, because if we take out the cash from the auxiliaries, we'd also have to take out the debt. And a lot of our recent debt has been for residence halls, so it may not look worse. I can look into that if you would like.
Beyond the E&G fund, right? Like, if we took away the auxiliaries, it would be more focused on the E&G fund?
It would, yes.
Yeah, so one thing to clarify, so we do not have a lot of E&G fund debt obligations. And that's what I mean by that is there's not a lot of money going from the E&G fund to pay for debt, because as Jeff said, a lot of our debt is related to auxiliary operations that generate revenue from the funds that they use. So for example, housing, we're investing a lot of money into a new housing dorm, and there are going to be new students who didn't have housing on campus before that are going to be paying housing revenue, and it's that revenue that's going to pay off the debt. Because of the fact that we don't have a lot of room in our budget for a lot of debt payments, typically what we have on the E&G fund are things like payments on the match for the academic buildings that we get funded by the state, but they require some kind of match. If we're not able to fundraise for that match, then we might pick that up. So there isn't a lot. A lot of our debt is really related to those auxiliary operations that can bring in revenue through those investments. Any other questions on the Treasury report? You're at the end of your report, right? Okay. Thanks, Jeff. All right, so I'm going to give a little bit of a roadmap, if that's okay. We have, I believe, 4 more presentations to talk to you about, and I want to share kind of the sequence of how we were planning to discuss these. So the first one, the next one that I believe is up, is our long-term projections. So in the last meeting that we had together in June, we provided you an update set of long-term projections based on the information that we had at the time. And that is the set of projections that we used, that we estimated that we had a $25 to $30 million, roughly speaking, structural deficit in the E&G fund. What we're going to do first is simply update those projections, given the new information that we have coming from the summer, from having finished the year and having student deposits and melt of student deposits over the summer, to give you a sense of where those projections are on an updated basis. I want to be really clear. What we're going to walk through is before any of the budget reductions that we've taken, so that you can get a picture of what the projections look like if we hadn't had taken any actions. After that, we're going to do a presentation that walks through in some detail some of the steps that we've taken this summer related to budget reductions. And then we will layer on the impact of those budget reductions onto the projections so that you can see those figures and the impact that those actions had. And then finally, as you'll recall, because we had so much uncertainty in the spring, rather than ask the board to approve a permanent expenditure authorization on the operating side, we just did a continuing resolution to continue forward our authority to expend funds. And we have an updated authorization proposal for you that is based on what we're seeing as the budget for this coming year with all of those updates. So that's the sequence, kind of original long-term projections, a discussion of the budget reductions that we took, an analysis of how that impacts the long-term projections, and then finally how that rolls into this coming fiscal year, what we're expecting in terms of expenditures and the authorization that we're requesting. So that's what we've got for the rest of the afternoon. Ryan.
All right. And as always, please ask questions during the presentation. Don't hesitate. So key pieces coming from the Q4 financials that you recently saw. The E&G fund ended this last year with $3.5 million worth of positive run rate added to the bottom line. So we have 119.7 million or 9.1 weeks of operating expenses in our fund balance. During fiscal 26, absent other budget actions, the U of O is forecasted to move into a structural deficit. I want to be really clear on what we mean by a structural deficit. Our tuition revenues net of remissions, which make up approximately 77% of our overall revenues, by far our largest single driver, are projected to grow at 2.7% between fiscal 25 and fiscal 26. That rate, I'll dive into the details there, but I just want to underscore that. And this presentation, we're going to go high level, and then we're going to go really micro, and then we're going to come back out to the macro, because I think it is important for this group and other groups on campus to understand the mechanics of our budget and the drivers for the revenue and expense side. Our compensation and benefits cost, which includes both salary and benefits for the PERS discussion that we just had, make up approximately 79% of our expenses, by far our single largest expense category. They are forecast to grow 6.9% next year, absent other actions. Because our revenue and expenses are essentially balanced this year, if our revenues are growing at 2.7%, our expenses just shy of 7%, we enter a phase where we have a structural imbalance, and our revenues will be lower than our overall expenses unless the institution takes action to correct this. This imbalance will continue without those actions. And again, just to underscore this, last year, fiscal 25, our run rate was positive $3.5 million. We anticipate our run rate to be negative $21.6 million this year unless actions are taken by the institution. That number will grow over time and then begin to level out, and we'll walk through that, the mechanics of that, as we dive into the assumptions embedded in our long-term financial modeling. So we now want to move one layer down and talk about the different revenue and expense categories, and then we're going to take these one by one to walk through each of the drivers. You can see net tuition and fees, revenues on the top, net tuition and fees, which includes both tuition revenue and then the remissions, the scholarships that are institutionally funded to help attract and retain students at our institution. We expect to grow by 2.7% next year. State appropriations at roughly the same pace, 2.6%. And then other revenues, which include ICC funds, those federal indirects, as well as interest and investment returns, to shrink just ever so slightly next year. And overall, we expect our total revenues to grow by 2.4%, from $691 million to $708 million next year. Our expenses, personnel, we expect to grow, as mentioned previously, by 6.9%. Our general expenses, which include S&S and notably some categories that are growing at faster than inflationary paces, like insurance, some of our key software systems, as well as utilities costs, we expect to grow at 4.4%. I want to note the adjustment, the compensated absence liability. That's what we talked about during the quarterly report. Those recur every year, though the magnitude changes, so we aren't forecasting that into the out years. When you pull all of those together, the run rate goes from, again, positive 3.5 to negative $21 million. We would anticipate, without other changes, for our ending fund balance to dip below $100 million and be at 7 weeks of operating expenses next year, again, absent other actions. Now we're going to take these apart, kind of starting with the top on the revenue side. Our enrollment, this is a slide that will look familiar from last year. I want to tell kind of a little bit of a story about the background of our enrollment over the last couple of years. You'll note our resident enrollment beginning, we have fiscal 23, 24, 25, and then in a second we'll pull up 2026. Our resident enrollment has steadily grown by about 100 students a year. Like many institutions, we had some enrollment hiccups in the middle of the pandemic, but then quickly kind of recaptured those, particularly on the resident side. Our non-resident enrollment, we had a very large incoming class in the fall of 2022, that's fiscal year 2023. Those students are seniors this year, so they will the bulk of them will complete their education at the University of Oregon. This year, there will be some that stay on for their 5th and 6th years, but the bulk will graduate this year. We had a very large class in fiscal 23. We then had a much smaller class in fiscal 24. That fall, we met with the board, Jamie, myself, our then Vice President for Enrollment, Roger Thompson, and talked about that reduction in non-resident enrollment in particular. We recognized at that point, and it comes through in our long-term projection models, that if we were unable to bring that non-resident class back up to where it was in fiscal 23, we would be in a pickle because our revenues would be growing at a much slower pace than our expenses as we restaffed coming out of COVID. That restaffing was essentially complete in fiscal 24, though it kind of lingered on as we added additional FTE last year. At that point, we introduced a new scholarship program and invested significantly in remissions, particularly targeted at non-resident students, to try and cement the fiscal 25, so last fall's class of incoming students. For various reasons, that class ended up being essentially the same size as the year before, despite significant net new investments in remissions. And I just put that in plain English. We invested in in new scholarships for students, and even with that, we were able to essentially tread water. So it meant we spent more money, we were bringing in less net revenue from those non-resident students. We were hopeful that that the issues in fiscal 25, which included the federal rollout of a new FAFSA financial aid process, that the issues were really related to that financial aid process rollout. And then as we moved into 2026, that scholarship program and a more normal enrollment cycle would help us see the growth that we had anticipated. That was clearly did not play out, which is why we came back to this group after the May 1 deposit deadline last year and laid out the issues and why we were moving into a structural deficit. Our total first-time freshman enrollment, just looking across all of our resident and non-resident students, was about 5,500 in 2023, where we had that very large class. It then has come down to 51 and then 5,200 students. So it's a little bit smaller than it was in that one big year. Our transfer students have also come down during that time. And in particular, I'd point your eyes to the 2023 to 2024 non-resident transfers, where it came down by about 100 students. That is a very significant drop in transfer students. Now I want to move into our June projections. So this is what we brought to the board, where we were anticipating our enrollment to be this fall, with about 2,700, 2,800 resident students and about 2,400 non-resident students. That's after we understood the deposits on May 1 of this year. Where we are now, having gone through the summer and recognizing the melt that traditionally happens, what we thought was going to be another large resident class has melted a little bit faster than we had anticipated, and we expect it to be essentially on par with the previous year. Similarly, our non-residents are kind of right where anticipated. So our first-time freshmen coming in, we expect to be about 100 short of where we thought they would be in June of last year. And our transfer students, we had anticipated some additional growth in our resident transfer students. It doesn't appear that that's going to happen either. So we're down about 100 first-time freshmen residents and about 30 resident transfer students on the year.
Is it typical not to get melt from non-residents?
We did actually get a lot of melt. It's just that we were able on that front to project it accurately. So what ended up happening this summer, there's substantial melt, and Derek could probably speak to this better than I.
Just really, is there a difference typically between resident and non-resident melt? Is it just kind of?
It is different. I believe the non-resident melt is higher than the resident.
Normally higher.
Yeah, okay. But this is a question of what we projected as normal, and then we saw higher than average melt in the residents.
All right, thank you.
It occurs to me that one thing that's missing here is the non-retention, the retention element. Is it, 92? Is it 96? Is it 88? Where does that get factored in?
Yeah, our financial model looks at each of the classes independently and the retention rates at a rolling 3-year average from class to class to class. And so that is embedded, though this is looking only at the incoming cohort. though we do make assumptions about losses, or our retention losses, which are very different depending on resident and non-resident students.
What is that number for freshmen?
For freshman non-residents, I know that number, it's 89%, 89% retention from fall of the first year to fall of the second year.
That's a 3-year smooth average.
It's 3-year smooth average.
Okay. But for residents,
It is higher than that,
little
but
higher.
yeah. I don't know the answer to that, though I can follow up.
No, that's fine.
Quickly on the scholarship investment, do we know whether we would have had the same, more or less the same outcome if we had invested $0, or is that treading water? Is that truly we need to spend that money to tread the water?
Yeah, I'm going to take a first shot at this. So I think it's fair to say that we would have seen even worse results if we had not invested in scholarships. Now, how much worse is an interesting question. And the enrollment management team has a very good data analytics unit, and they look at all the metrics around who was offered what levels of funding and what we saw in terms of yields. But that is definitely an area that I think with a new leader coming in that we can take a fresh look at how we're allocating those funds and, is it in the most strategic way possible. But I do think when you look at the two years we've had, it's been an interesting history since we implemented that new program. The first year we implemented it, we had all the issues with the federal financial aid form. And then this past year when we thought, okay, maybe we'll have a more, quote, normal year, I think it's fair to say that a lot of institutions were under more financial duress given, issues with international visas and international students and federal research money and all kinds of things. And so, as Derek mentioned when he spoke with you, just a very increased level of competition, particularly around domestic non-resident students. And so that we've seen the impact of that for sure in the numbers that we're seeing this summer.
I think it's something that I always find useful to keep in the back of my head is a non-resident student to us is a resident student to somebody else, right? So if a student in the state of California, for example, has an opportunity to go to a UC at a lower price point, that is a direct head-to-head competition that is difficult.
I'm sorry, but what is the difference between what we were doing this year to attract non-residents in terms of scholarship versus the prior year?
Yeah, we maintained the scholarship program that was redesigned for last fall. So we maintained that same structure headed into this fall. Though it is important to note on a cost basis, it will roll in over 4 years because we offer scholarship programs to incoming students, and then we maintain that scholarship program through their 4 or 5 year career at the University of Oregon. So we increased the remission rates for the incoming students last fall. That remission rate will be plus or minus the same this year, depending on exactly which students land. But the remission rates for juniors and seniors are lower. Next year, one more class will layer in, and then another class will layer in. And so we are seeing our net revenue per student decline during that time, or at least the rate of growth be slower than we would otherwise, than it would have been if we hadn't changed those remission rates.
I guess my question, though, is the amount that we're offering to incoming freshmen this fall versus a year ago. Is it the same roughly or not?
Yeah, roughly. We did a significant increase, particularly on the non-resident side a year ago. And then we had those issues with the federal financial aid rollout. We kept those levels equal for the next incoming class to see if that was really the issue in terms of the rollout of that scholarship program. And unfortunately, we had other issues enter the market. But again, I think this is an area that with Derek coming on board, fresh eyes to take a look at how we're allocating a lot of resources to students. Are we doing that in the most effective way?
It's kind of finding that sweet spot on the remissions where we don't lose students because of it, but we're not giving away too much. So that'd be great to hear about because I think it's a question that's come up a lot.
Continuing on revenue projections, we're going to go in a little bit more detail. As we pull those numbers back, and again, you need to think about the entire class, which are 4 large and then a couple of smaller cohorts as we get to the 5th and 6th year. we expect our resident undergraduate tuition, we're not looking at remissions yet, we'll fold that on at the end, but just the headline tuition revenue to increase by 6.2% next year. That's a combination of factors. One is a tuition increase for the incoming cohort. So you see on average, folks walk up the tuition rates, and we've been growing every year. So if you go back to that enrollment, we've seen about 100 additional resident students every year for the past several years. And so that's layering on where we're having smaller classes graduate out and larger classes backfill behind it. For non-resident students, which the total revenue we anticipate to be $344 million from non-resident undergraduate students, that's about 2.5 times as large as for resident students. So the scale of these numbers matter when you blend it over. We expect tuition to increase, or tuition revenue to increase by only 1.6%. So that is a large class being replaced with smaller classes, sort of level to smaller classes. International students we expect to be essentially flat. A bright spot, summer tuition revenue is growing, so more students are taking some classes over summer. When you pull all of that together at the undergraduate level, our gross tuition, not looking at remissions, we anticipate to increase from $495 million to $510, or 3%. Our graduate and student fees, so we assess students' varying fees that come into the Education in General fund, those increasing 3.3% and 3.8%, so roughly in line. Our remissions, however, to the discussion previously, this year we expect to increase by 5.4%. So we are discounting, our discounts are growing faster than our headline tuition revenue. And when you net all of that together, we expect tuition revenue, net tuition revenue, to grow by 2.7%.
Is it fair to say all of that remissions goes to out of state, or some of that is in state? And where does tribal fall? Or is that a remission, or is that somewhere else?
Yeah, so the remission budget that you're seeing is the total remission budget, and I believe that includes not just even all our undergraduate remissions, in-state, out-of-state, all of them, but graduate as well is in that number. So the law school, for example, gives out a lot of scholarships as part of their recruiting efforts. And so everything that is funded from our tuition money is in that number. What's not in that number are scholarships that are coming from the foundation. So those would be, that would be separate.
And I think it is worth saying we discount for resident students significantly, and particularly in the Pathway Oregon program for low-income Oregonians. So we do invest considerable general fund resources, particularly in low-income Oregonians.
These students are living here on campus or physically attending. Does the university have a significant online program at all? I mean, I should know this, but I don't.
We do have an online program, but it's not significant. And so one of the things that we're looking at strategically over the next year now, and I'll talk a little bit about this tomorrow, is building up the online program.
I'm going to spend a moment on state appropriations, which we anticipate to grow by 2.6% next year. That's a result of a couple of, there are three things, one good, one less good, or two less good, one good. So that 2.6% growth, first of the not good, is that the growth is partially a result of relatively anemic increases in state funding for general operations of universities. So the Public University Support Fund overall, we expect to increase from fiscal 25 to fiscal 26 by 2.8%. First one, not so good. Second one that is good is the University of Oregon continues to grow its resident population and its resident graduates. And so we expect our funding to be slightly ahead of other institutions as you weigh that out, because we're growing our resident population faster than average. The other piece is the state had funded some one-time programs that have rolled off. And so that sort of a few $1 million that we had hoped would come in to support programs, mostly that are focused either at some research enterprises, but particularly at students, was not funded in the last biennium, and so those resources fall off next year. So state funding overall, we expect to increase by only 2.6% next year. Other revenues, again, are essentially flat, and as noted earlier, when you look at all of our revenues, we expect them to grow at 2.4% next year.
Ryan, quick question. Just if you could dive a little bit further into that other revenues section, just briefly, mostly like that is being projected to be relatively flat, but is that primarily from the ICC or like what is playing into that mostly?
Yeah, so of the $55 million, $33 million of that is ICC revenue. And there is some upside risk on that. So something we've seen in the first couple of months of the new fiscal year is actually accelerated expenditures on federal grants. Folks are using the grants that have been awarded. Again, a behavior that you would anticipate. That's kind of a one-time thing. But that's the bulk of it. And then about $10 million is interest and investment income. And that we expect to be essentially flat. It could come down a little bit depending on our cash balances.
Brian, I think I saw something where the state was projecting a more than $300 million gap. I can't remember if it was 307 or 370 due to the federal law that was recently enacted. I don't know Oregon's budget process well enough. Do they ever do a mid-year budget cut or a clawback? Oh, we said we were going to give you 100, but now we're only going to give you 97. I know like in Idaho, for example, they're telling everybody we're going to claw back 3%. I'm just curious, do we have risk to that line item as we look to 2026, or is that more of a risk for 27?
So there is, I'm going to answer that in two parts. There is risk to state funding to universities in this biennia, so including fiscal 26 and fiscal 27, for various reasons, right? One is the federal changes to the tax code, which have derivative impacts on state revenues. Federal actions that reduce funding for certain programs, particularly Medicaid reimbursement rates and other tax laws that could impact, so provider taxes, which is used by the state to fund its Medicaid program. And so that's a cost increase to the state, a revenue decrease to the state. And so that could put the state in a position where as they seek to balance that budget, they have choices either to reduce services, to bring their costs down, or to reapportion and move money from one area to the other. So there is political risk to institutions funding overall. The first phase of that would likely come at a February session. So that would be the chances of that hitting fiscal 26 are not zero, but the chances of that hitting fiscal 27 are much greater than zero. So I think for 26, it is not outside of the realm of the reasonable. There have been times in the past where the state has mid-biennia come back and reduced budgets. It has been in exigent circumstances, so you think of the financial crisis, and then going back to 2001, 2002. All right, compensation. So we're now moving from the revenue side to the expense side. We're going to walk through some different employee categories and expenses that we're expected next year. First off with faculty, and I think it is important actually to look at the bottom line on this before you piece apart tenure-related and non-tenure-related faculty. We expect faculty compensation to increase 5.8% next year. Other faculty compensation, we expect that to decline significantly because it included a one-time payment as a part of settling the UA contract last year. So that's where that was booked, where that expense was booked. So you have to kind of look at this as an amalgam of all of those categories. Tenure-related expense is expected to increase slightly faster than non-tenure-related because we have net new tenure track faculty coming on this year. I think we're up net 16 tenure track faculty is what we're projecting for the fall. So there's a combination of things, compensation increase associated with our contracts and net new FTE, particularly in tenure-related faculty. Moving to other employee groups, OAs classified, we expect to increase at 6.1 and 7.5%. Again, this is compensation only, and those are also factors including, and again, this is before any budget reductions, both agreed upon pay plan increases and the annualization of employees that were hired mid-year or hiring in the year. Student workers and GEs increasing by 7.7% and 2.4%. So overall, our compensation, our total compensation increases, excluding benefits, we expect to increase by 5.9% in fiscal 26, absent other budget actions. When we bring on the last category around other payroll expenses or benefits, we expect our benefits expenses to increase by 8.9% next year. And that's a function of those PERS rates going up. There will be several more years of that impacting our finances.
Does that also include medical?
It does.
Yeah, because that's also predicted to go up.
It is, yes. When we pull all of that together, we expect our personnel services to increase by 6.9%.
Right, so I'm going to take the lead on a couple of slides. So Brian showed you very specifically and in detail some of the differences in what we're projecting between last year, fiscal year 25, and this coming year, 26. And we felt like it was important to do that because I think a question that many people have in their mind is, you know, how could we go from a balanced budget in 1 year to a big structural gap so quickly? And that's why we wanted to take time to really walk through what are the things that are driving that. So hopefully we have a better picture on both the revenue side and the expense side.
Hey, Jamie, hold on one sec.
Yep.
Do we need a 5-minute break? Anybody? Otherwise, you take your break on your own. If you need to take a break, take a break. And we're going to keep powering through this. All right? Okay.
Great. So we're going to transition now to look at not just fiscal year 25 and 26, but what do things look like over the next several years? And so what our goal is today with this analysis is first to just update the numbers that we showed you last June. So the next slide in the deck, this is basically just, we pulled this slide from last June to remind everybody of what we had talked about. We had run last June kind of 3 different scenarios, and really the only difference between the scenarios that we looked at was really questions about what were the tuition rate increases for the entering cohort of undergraduate students. And as you can see from these scenarios, we were looking at, depending on those tuition rate assumptions, a gap by the time you get out to year 2030 of somewhere between 28 and 40 million, just depending on what your assumption was about tuition rates. Now, one thing I'll note is that when we talked about the gap, we talked about it in terms of being somewhere between 25 and 30 million. That's because if you make cuts today, then in the future, the things that you cut are not growing in terms of inflation and cost. And so because of time value of money, you don't have to make as large of a cut today if you're trying to cut a gap you see 5 years out, because you have that inflationary impact that's going away. If you flip the page, what we're trying to do next then is to update those numbers. And we really, in order to just simplify the presentation, we're only going to go through one set of numbers. We just took the base case from last June, which was the case that basically assumed tuition rate increases between cohorts of 3.25 for non-resident students and 4% for resident students. That number may look different depending on what happens through the TFAB process, and obviously each year the board approves that rate. We just thought it'd be easier if we focused on one set of numbers instead of 3 sets of numbers. Couple things to keep in mind. One is I want to be really clear. All of these projections continue to assume that we have our guaranteed tuition program in place for undergraduate students. That's been a great program for them, and I think gives them a lot of security.
Jamie.
Yep.
This has been mentioned before. If we were to change that to 4 years instead of 5 years, would it have a meaningful financial impact?
Oh, that's an interesting question.
So I'll answer it another time. I just
Yeah,
wanted to get it out there.
We can put it on our question list.
That's fine.
Yeah. Yep. Question noted. Can you note that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then finally, as we said before, the numbers we're looking at now are pre-budget reduction. So just so you can see what things look like before actions were taken. So just to be as clear as we can about some of the key assumptions that are in the model, on the revenue side, what we are assuming is that we updated the enrollment, as Brian walked you through, to reflect where we believe we're going to be this fall. Now, we're still estimating. I want to be really clear. Students haven't shown up yet, and there's some chance that there will be changes in these numbers based on who decides to come on day one. But we are estimating based on past patterns of what we've seen at this point in time. And so, again, the key issue is we brought down the number of resident students. What we're assuming in these projections is that basically we're at this lower level of enrollment, not just this fall, but next fall as well. Our thinking behind that when we originally did that was we knew we were having a change in leadership, but it takes time to make changes in the enrollment space. And so our assumption was that things would stay flat for another year. We do in the numbers, though, starting in fiscal year 28, which is 2 years from now, we do have an assumption that non-resident undergraduate enrollment is bouncing back up to its prior levels, that we're not staying at a lower level. So that is an assumption that we're able, with new leadership, we're able to make some changes, and we're able to go back to our more historical level of non-resident undergraduate enrollment.
Can I ask a quick question?
Mm-hmm.
It might be interesting at some point, or maybe there's a back of the envelope to give a sense, for every 100 students plus or minus, this is what it means, because I think there is real concern given demographics. And if you go and look at like this number of students graduating high school, and granted there's a significant muddiness in those numbers because of the dramatic increase in homeschooling is impacting that. And at the same time, I would guess that we are not necessarily the highest ranked university for homeschooling parents. Just because my experience is most of those folks are much more conservative than the University of Oregon necessarily attracts. But I think that would be helpful because I worry that that assumption could be aggressive.
It might be. I mean, we were trying to hit, one thing I'll tell you in the end, we'll talk about risks to the model projections and potential upsides. We were trying to do something kind of middle of the road. As you'll see, there are many risks to what we're doing. I think some folks on campus have asked, hey, were you guys targeting budget reductions to the worst possible scenario we could be facing? The answer is absolutely not. We were targeting things to what we thought was a reasonable set of assumptions, but there are things that could make those assumptions actually much, much worse. I hate doing numbers in public, but I'm going to say my back of the envelope is 10 to 12 million once it rolls in through 4 classes, because if you're talking about 100 non-residents, when they roll through, there's retention issues. You might be talking about 320, 350 students by the time you have 4 classes, and at our current tuition rates, it's pretty substantial. You have some scholarship money there too you have to think about, but we could do more detailed analysis. So then in fiscal year 28, we assume that it stays flat at that level. On state appropriation, we have just assumed modest growth each year, and that we are continuing as we look at our numbers versus the other campuses in Oregon, because we've been growing, and the Higher Education Coordinating Committee, or HEC's model algorithm for how they give out funds is based on a 3-year rolling average. We're expecting over time to continue to see our share of that resident population grow slightly. Now, this does not assume any big state cuts, so that's another thing that we have not put in here relative to the state-facing challenges from federal funding or from the general economy. So just again, want to be as clear as possible about what's in this model and what's not in this model.
Hey,
So let me turn mine off.
There he goes. Okay. What's the size of the universe that we're competing in? How many college freshmen will there be in these years?
Okay, now I can confidently say that I cannot give you that number off the top of my head. I can tell you that there's been a lot of work done to try to project demographics, and there's no question that things are slowing down as you get out past, I think it's 27, 28. That slowdown is less extreme on the West Coast than it is in some other parts of the country. But off the top of my head, we could track that down, but I could not give you an accurate number. I need to keep taking notes.
Hey, Jamie, while you're doing that, I just want to get some clarity on the state appropriation number. So the growth that you have assumed comes from the increase in resident students. It doesn't come from an overall increase from the legislature to the HEC.
It does come from both. So it's assuming I think it was 4% increase, which is lower than what we've seen historically, except for this past year, as well as a little bit of a shift. What it does not assume is a dramatic, hey, university, we're giving you a 10% cut in your overall funding. We have seen more than 4% over the last several years, with the exception of last year. Okay, moving along, on the expense side, what we did, and again, I just want to be as clear as possible about this, we basically took all of our existing labor contracts and our announced salary programs, which generally run through the next couple of years, and we loaded those rate of increase into the model. After those expire, though, we did assume that we are resetting those rate increases to around 3% per year. And I do want to say that is lower than our current labor contracts, but we were looking at what seemed like a reasonable rate given where we expect revenue to be. And as Brian said before, if almost 80% of our revenue is coming from tuition, and that's only growing at somewhere around 3%, then our costs need to stay similar. If we end up agreeing to labor contracts that are greater than that, that will have an impact on these numbers as well. So just to be explicit. We put in and loaded in PERS and OPE rate increases that we're aware of in fiscal year 26 and 27. The PERS board really doesn't go that much further out with their concrete estimates. I mean, there's always some estimates, but the more concrete things are usually within a year or two. But we assumed that it was just fairly flat after that point. Our supplies and services expenses, Brian touched on this earlier. We generally think that those are going to be, we modeled them out in line with inflation, more or less. But then we do have some areas where things are absolutely growing faster than inflation. And we put in specifically larger increases for things like property liability insurance and utility rates and IS contracts, because those are areas that historically have been growing at a much faster rate. And then finally, for years, we had a strategic investment fund that we funded at $2 million a year. And this is where anytime we'd get asks for new investments, we'd try to funnel everything to our budget advisory group and a strategic process where we could look at things side by side. Our assumptions going forward are that we don't have $2 million for that fund, but we've taken it down to $1 million a year. I think it's unrealistic to say that's zero because you're going to have things come up that you need to invest in. And so we wanted to capture those new investments in the model, but we have put that at a much lower rate. Okay, your turn.
All right, I'm going to walk through some of our overarching model assumptions. I'm going to try and focus on a few key areas that change after 26, because we've already talked about what will be impacting 26 pretty significantly. This is kind of the first of 2 pages in model assumptions where we talk about enrollment overall, and so I want to just highlight a few of those areas. Really start out with our targets, and these are targets that were established back in 2023. And I just want to make note that our non-resident targets went from 2,600 students in 2024 up to just shy of 3,000 students. And that was predicated on our remissions supporting higher levels of non-resident enrollment. We have historically overperformed in our resident targets, but we have been now for several years underperforming on our non-resident targets. I would anticipate with the new Vice President for Enrollment Management that we will revisit these as he lays out his plans and gets his feet underneath him. For our enrollment assumptions, for our resident students, we have forecasted essentially level enrollment from fiscal 2026, the numbers that we expect to have when school starts in a couple of weeks, that continues out through the forecast period. For our non-resident students, we expect to be essentially flat, again, with where we are today for fiscal 26 and 27. And then in 2028, we are anticipating growth of about 130 new non-resident students. And again, that's giving time for our enrollment management team to understand what they're working with, get their plans in order, and begin to execute on those plans. When we think about getting our revenues and expenses to come closer in a line, a part of that is increasing our revenues, and that comes in our forecast from increasing non-resident enrollment, particularly in 2028. We know it's going to take a little time for us to get there.
Brian, I guess I'm confused because I thought residents were really outpacing our non-residents. So why are we showing such a large size of non-resident in this model?
That is a great question. At the very top was our initial targets, which assumed that the investments in new remissions would help us grow that class. When you get down to the middle where we are actually forecasting, we're a little bit more modest with non-residents. We are hopeful that our enrollment management team is able to keep our non-residents flat to this year, and then in 2028, after they have revised plans, begun to execute on the things that Derek spoke about this morning, that we are able to drive up our non-resident enrollment.
So are those enrollment targets at the top, those were done some years back?
Several years back,
Okay.
yeah.
2023, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I think we're listening to all these assumptions. I think all of us, if we did them ourselves, would probably have different assumptions. And all of the trustees may each have different ones, but we may also be a little bit more worried about the numbers. So we're accepting them, and just saying this to all the trustees, that as you look at them, taking them for what it is, it doesn't mean we're going to just go, oh yeah, that's going to happen for sure, right? So we're going to be watching it. And the other thing I just want to comment on is since 2023, we have underestimated residents by an increasing amount, and we have overestimated non-residents by an increasing amount. And only time will tell, but it certainly seems like there's a structural change going on with parents telling Sally and Johnny to stay home in state in something, because it's pretty consistent change.
Yeah,
Anyway.
another way to think about these numbers that might make more sense is just if you look at the middle area where it's labeled enrollment, our resident current projections are much higher than the original targets because of the historical strong performance we've seen in residents. So the original targets were 2181, 2300, and instead what we're projecting now is 2670. So we've brought that up quite a bit from the original projections given the performance. And likewise, even with the number 2521 that we're now trying to hit in fiscal year 28, the original number was almost 2,900, so we brought down those projections quite substantially, those targets of what we think will actually happen given experience.
Can I ask a question? I was just curious if we can figure out kind of what's the sweet spot with getting more of an allocation from HEC with more in-state versus wanting more out-of-state, to just bring in more tuition. There must be almost a tipping point in there, or maybe it never offsets, the HEC allocation never makes up for like one out-of-state student. But I thought there must be kind of like I said, a sweet spot.
Yeah, I think the challenge with the state funding is even when you combine the state funding with the net tuition we get from a resident, it doesn't come close to paying the cost of educating that resident. And so non-resident students who are paying much more are cross-subsidizing. And so there would always be, from a financial standpoint, that impact of a non-resident is always much greater than that resident student.
There is no tipping point. It's just we always want non-residents instead of the HEC allocation.
It gets complicated with the cost of educating and the variable cost of educating more students, but I think the most important driving factor to understand is in this state, given our low level of state appropriation, if we did not have significant numbers of non-resident students, it gets very challenging to make the budget balance. I think that's the most important thing.
And I think if Chair Hawarda's point stands, right, and there is a secular shift to more students staying in state, then the institution will have to re-engineer at a lower cost per credit hour, right? And that is a very different paradigm.
I have a question about the previous numbers of 2,300 to going to the 2,670 on residents. Does that reflect, and maybe we don't know this yet, capturing our share of the growth of X amount of 17, 18, 19, 20-year-olds? Or does it mean that we have to move market?
Well, it is where we are today.
The
So-
2,670?
Yeah, 2670 is where we are today. So
And
that,
that will hold with demographic changes. I mean, it's still,
yeah, we would, I mean, I don't have the details on the demographic changes to put on top of this, so it's a good point that things are only gonna get harder as we move forward. But the 2670 is where we believe we're gonna land this fall, so.
Yeah, I couldn't, there's too many mics on. High school seniors peak in 2025. So we just had our largest class. I was looking at the demographic data. Peaked at about 3.9 million in the country and goes down to 3.5 over the next period of time. Oregon high school graduates over the next 15 years or so expect to go down about 5% during that time period. So we're kind of at peak high school graduates. I think that's the big concern, both in the country and here. Oregon doesn't go down as much as a lot of other places. California is projected to go down 15%. So to Derek's point, we need to get students from other places.
we need to move market.
Yeah.
We need to move people.
Hey, Jamie, what percentage of resident students are on Pathway Oregon?
You want to, my memory is, I'm now doubting my memory. I want to say it's around 25% of the entering class is on Pathway Oregon. It might have been as high as 30% at one point, but it's probably a little lower given that the resident students are growing, but it's a substantial number. It's a substantial number.
So again, I think it's important to look at the pool that we're going to be fishing in, because we're really talking about arguing over get another 100 students, 140 students. I mean, this is, out of all the graduating high school students in the United States and internationally, if we can't get 140 more here, there's a lot of things we're not doing right.
There is upside too. That's in my final slide as well. So, all right, why don't you keep going?
All right. We have similar information for our transfer students where we anticipate them to be largely steady over time, though we do think similarly there's some upside for transfer students. We've seen that this year, particularly for non-residents, where we've begun to focus a little more effort on non-resident transfer students. And I know there's a lot of energy in our enrollment management team to support those students, both resident and non-resident.
And are the transfer students primarily 2+2 coming from a community college into the university, or is it transfer from other four-year universities into the U of O? I mean, what's roughly the split? Do we know?
I can tell you that we have both. I cannot give you the split off the top of my head, so that would have to be something we grab for you.
Our total new enrollment, we expect to be flat. Just to highlight this, kind of head count for new cohorts coming in to be essentially flat until we get to 2023, and really banking on that increase in that year, or excuse me, in 2028, and that helps us bring the revenue curve up. Our total head count for the institution is, I want to focus down here for our resident students continues to grow. For our non-resident students, we expect it to actually shrink this year, next year, and then begin to come up in 2028. And remember, if you have smaller cohorts coming in, it takes several years for them to work all the way through the process. On modeling assumptions, again, as Jamie mentioned earlier, we've assumed that tuition rates for resident students in the out years will increase at 4%, non-residents at 3.25. That is the board's prerogative. We'll go through the process that we do every year, but to simplify the modeling, we've chosen one base case. Our undergraduate remissions, we anticipate, as we discussed earlier, to continue to notch up over the coming years as we fully phase in the scholarship programs that were brought in several years ago. State appropriations to increase a little faster than 4% a year based on kind of average state appropriation growth, and then us outperforming as we see more resident students come in and work their way through the institution. And when you pull those together, and again, I just want to emphasize a couple pieces as we start looking at the run rate. Absent budget actions, we would expect our run rate in 26 to go to negative $21.5 million, 27 to decrease further to negative $39 million, and then start to level out. So we don't see a decrease continuing ad infinitum, but because we have revenue coming up and our expense assumptions are that our compensation growth slows, right, and our contractual increases slow to around 3%, that we equilibrate, or that we get sort of more equal in our revenue and expense growth in the out years.
If you go back to 27, just a couple more things, just because it might seem like a pretty big jump. So between fiscal year 26, where the model's projecting a $21.5 million deficit, and fiscal year 27, when it grows to $39 million, there's a couple of different things happening that are impacting those numbers. One is we're graduating out that very large non-resident class that started in the fall of 22. So we're losing a lot of non-resident students. The second is we're not assuming that we're doing any better in enrollment that year, so that's pretty flat. And the third is we still have pretty large compensation increases with some of our contracts and some of our announced salary programs. And then there's some PERS impact as well. And so that's kind of what's happening that's making that gap grow so much larger that year. And then as Brian said, it even just kind of flattens out after that, because we're at a point where the assumptions around revenue growth are pretty stable with the assumptions around expense growth.
The next slide, I won't belabor, it's our illustrative financials that break the impacts down by each of the different revenue and expense categories. So if folks want to dive in detail, it is there. But I wasn't intending to walk through this in detail. And again, just at the highest level, those run rate and then weeks of operating expense at the bottom. So again, if we do not begin to make budget corrections, our weeks of operating expenses in our fund balance begins to decline very quickly, particularly once we get to 2027.
So the final slide, we've actually touched on a lot of this through the questions that you all have asked, which have been really good ones, but we did want to be very clear about what's in the model and what's not in the model. So the things that are labeled as risk are things that could make the numbers worse. So we could see, just increased competition for non-resident students that makes it challenging even to keep our status quo. We could see more impacts to international enrollment from federal actions. And this really has two potential impacts on us. We don't have a ton of international students anymore. So the risk, it could impact our own international enrollment. I think there's even a bigger risk that there are many, many schools that have a lot of international students. And if they're not able to recruit those students, they're going to be looking to fill those spots with domestic non-residents, which is going to have an effect on the marketplace overall. The third impact we could see, Derek mentioned this briefly today, is just what impact we're going to see to enrollment because the federal government is making changes that reduce the availability of federal loans to students at both the undergraduate and the graduate level. That's the Parent Plus loan and the Grad Plus loan programs. We have impacts that could happen related to research grants and overhead returns, the question that was asked earlier about that. We have impacts that could happen because the federal government is reducing payments to the state of Oregon, and then does the state turn around and dramatically decrease our budget? And then the final one that I mentioned is we do have an assumption that our salary increases are starting in, I think it's fiscal year 28 and beyond, are settling in at around 3% a year. And we do have risks if we end up agreeing to contracts that exceed the growth of revenue. That obviously would put us in a tough spot. There are also some opportunities. I wish the list were a little longer. Maybe you could help me brainstorm, but we did want to recognize that there could be reasons why we do better than the model. One is we've brought in new leadership, and if we're able to outperform on the recruiting of non-resident and international efforts more quickly, that would be a positive for us versus our assumptions. The second, I do want to take a minute to talk about, which is, Brian mentioned this earlier, we are seeing some really positive impacts in terms of carrying loads of students. And in particular, the entering students first year are taking significantly higher carrying loads, which is fantastic because academically, we believe that if they're at 15 credits or more, that will help them in terms of time to graduation and being successful. It does help us financially in the short term, and I say short term only because when we've looked at data, it looks like what happens is when students take higher carrying loads to begin with, they're still generally in the past taking the same number of credits. They're just doing it earlier and graduating sooner. And so what we're seeing this year, and you'll see this when we report the Q1, is we are seeing higher tuition revenue because of this higher carrying load of first-year students. We did not assume in our model that that is a long-term impact because based on looking at data of what prior students have done when they take higher carrying loads, we've assumed that overall they're still going to graduate with the same number of credits. But it's possible that that assumption is incorrect and that we'll actually see those carrying loads continue throughout the year, which would be positive in terms of the model. So there is a potential positive there on the upside. And then finally, we have been working to, obviously through the budget cut process, but also through other processes to look at administrative and academic operational improvements and continuing, to look at ways that we can be more efficient as vacancies come up and other opportunities to save money. And so those are things that could help us with the potential output of the model. But again, our goal in putting the model together was certainly not to give you the worst case scenario, and it was not to give you the absolute best case scenario. We're trying to give you a realistic scenario given all the different factors. And there are significant risks and some opportunities that things could be worse or better.
Maybe this has been really helpful. I can't remember if we talked about it before. I probably just don't remember, but can you remind me what are the assumptions around carrying load in the model? And then does the model account for retention?
Yeah, so I'll give you the high level and then Brian can decide if I did that well enough or if he's going to add some more. So the model basically what it does is it looks at different types of students. So it categorizes differently resident students, non-resident students, international students, whether they are transfers or first-year students. And then essentially looks at a 3-year rolling average of historical data for what have been traditional carrying loads for those specific groups of students and what have been historical retention rates, both I think term to term and year to year. So it's essentially, it's modeling off of the historical patterns that we've seen in those various groups. That's how it's capturing it.
The only thing that I would add to that is we have also modeled, though it's not embedded in this, the positive impact from growing retention rates. And so there are upsides there are financial upsides as well as the most important one for our students for increasing retention, increasing carrying loads for our students.
So I guess, and with Derek just joining the team, maybe there's more work, obviously more work planned, but I guess I would feel more comfortable on these kinds of projections because this is supposed to be, instructive for us. If we were really getting information about the shrinking population pool, the changing attitudes around higher education and what that potentially could mean, and then the impact of the shifting job and career and hiring that could be due to AI or the economy and things like that. So anyway, I mean, we're looking out to 2030. It seems like kind of like the frog in water, things tend to go a little quicker at the end towards the boiling point. So I just wondered if that's something that is that your area then, Jamie, that would kind of lean in on kind of more exploration with some outside expertise or research that could help inform the model maybe a little bit more fully for us?
Yeah, so I'd say a couple things about that. So Derek's obviously brand new, and we've talked to him about these numbers, but he hasn't had time to rethink the strategy and focus. And typically in the past, how we've developed the projections is working hand in hand with who's ever leading enrollment management around the assumptions about scholarships and yield rates and all those different things, and the president to determine what we think is a reasonable kind of middle road model. But we also typically annually have done multiple scenarios so that you get a better view of, what happens if, demographics cause this to be a more competitive world. What do our numbers look like 5 years out? Those types of things. So I think we absolutely, once Derek's had a chance to get his feet under him, I think we can absolutely work on, new sets of looking at new assumptions about our scholarship programs and our enrollment strategy and what that looks like going forward. With multiple scenarios like we've done in the past. This time we were just kind of more doing an update because we had given you information in June. We were taking actions. We wanted you and us to have an understanding of, well, given new information over the summer with MELT and with final fiscal year performance, what does this look like?
Amy, I don't want to make light of the demographic changes that Marcia was talking about, but again, 5% change in reduction in the number of high school students in the state of Oregon forecasted for the next 15 or so years. People who look at this market, there's big differences by the types of colleges. And so flagships, and these words may haunt me years from now, but flagships are much, much better positioned than sort of our other universities in the Oregon State Public University system. And so if we are able to execute on what is going on with Oregon Rising, continue our wonderful marketing efforts are telling the truth very, very well. Those are mitigating factors. So when Jamie said there's opportunities, those opportunities are real. And the administrative savings isn't just belt tightening. We were plus 16 in tenure track faculty. Not actually, we were successful. We were more attractive than anticipated. So we had better hit rates of, just great, great faculty. We won't be doing that every year. So there are ways to not fill vacancies that are also going to be helpful for our budget. So the upsides are real, as well as the really appropriate downsides that everyone has been talking about.
Let's keep going.
Okay. Well, I was going to ask you, now would be a good time to take a break.
Andy, you have a question?
Oh, nope.
Well, I think it would be interesting to see is, we've heard the comment about it doesn't cover the cost of providing the education or in-state tuition. It would be interesting to see what we think that number is. And when we factor in both our printed tuition level, our state the state contribution we get, what is the shortfall, for, a family who can't afford to pay it? How much are we subsidizing the in-state resident who, could go out of state, could go in state, and, just, is that 10,000 a year? Is it 5? Just to see where that falls in this number as we look at revenue opportunities.
Yep. The last time we did a deep dive on that, it was about 8,000 per student is my memory, but it's been a couple years.
I have one more question, comment. Carl, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, I think Oregon Rising is part of the path out of there. And my mind goes to, execution risk. And something I haven't thought about actually since you said that is, as you think about the changes coming from the federal government and other places, which happened post drafting the plan, do you see any execution risk, anything that we're facing? And maybe it's not for now, but maybe that's a future conversation.
Yeah, great question. Yep.
Just one
future conversation. Sorry.
One additional thing, just kind of thinking through these variables, especially on the upside ones. With the last quarterly, one of the things that kind of undercut, one of the things that was lower than projected was because of the vacancy sort of things, and like a lot of kind of, if I could say it, reaction from the campus and like a self-governing process in that way of like, oh, things are getting bad, we should ease off. Is that something that might play into future kind of projections of this sort of thing? Because I don't think the climate on the campus has changed to any degree, and I think that you might still continue to see that sort of thing, especially even with things like voluntary retirements that I'm starting to hear about. So do you think that'll play in any meaningful way into the projections that we're seeing, at least in the next 2 years or so?
Yeah, I think one of the challenges, what we didn't see was continued growth, and that's something that in prior years we had seen, so had been modeled in. I think one of the challenges we're going to see is when we get into the budget cut presentation, we were able to eliminate a lot of vacant positions, and the benefit of eliminating vacant positions is obviously we're not affecting a human being that's in that position. As we eliminate them, though, then our vacancy rate assumptions are really, really low because we've eliminated those. And so I think the question of whether our normal vacancy rates will return to normal even with those eliminations is one question going in the opposite direction. But you're right. I mean, we could see more folks moving into retirement. That those are hard numbers to predict given behavior, but I think there are potential upside and downside risks both ways on that. So.
We're not going to take a break. We're going to power through this.
Okay.
And let's, if you need to take a break, just get up, excuse yourself, just take a break. And we're going to get through this. Let's try to get to the meat.
Okay. So Chris is going to join me for this next presentation that we're going to talk about, which is a review and summary of some of the actions that we've taken relative to budget reductions. And before we get into the presentation, I just wanted to share with folks, I mean, because we're trying to give you a financial view, there's a lot of numbers in this presentation, and that absolutely is an impact. But I just want to be really clear with people that this was an incredibly hard process because, as you're going to see, it ended up affecting a lot of individuals, and there's a real human element to what we went through this summer. And I'll just say I've done this a couple of times in this role. It's incredibly hard. You know, these layoffs end up impacting people who lose their jobs. They end up really impacting colleagues who work with people who lose their jobs, and they end up impacting the whole community that suddenly doesn't have the same level of service and support. So I just wanted to acknowledge that because we're going to turn to the presentation and there's going to be lots of numbers on a page, and this really was a lot more than about numbers. But as you saw from the last presentation, it was something that we felt was absolutely necessary if we're going to remain an ongoing viable financial organization. So did just want to acknowledge that up front because this was an incredibly challenging process. I think you are. Here's my little cheat sheet.
Okay.
This is the first joint presentation for the board. So
let me just walk you through the agenda of our presentation here. We'll talk first about initial targets, then we'll look at the long-term projections and pre-budget reductions, the national context, budget cut process, the impact of the cuts, and as Jamie said, there's no slides that could actually capture that, and the updated long-term projections after the budget reductions. So the overall reduction that we set for ourselves here was between $25 million and $30 million in the E&G fund. In addition to that, we had to bring our current budgets into balance, both in schools and colleges and across the administrative units. And we estimated that to be about a $10 million recurring correction that we had to make in addition.
sorry, I'm going to step in here as part of it.
As part of it. Sorry. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. As a part of it. So the budget cut targets were set at 4% for our administrative units. That's about $9.2 million. And for the schools and colleges, we were setting an average of 2.5%, which is about $8 million overall. The difference in the hard numbers there is because the budgets are different. The schools and colleges side is a larger budget.
So as we just walked through in the last presentation, we've updated the financial projections, and just to summarize some of the key points of the changes between what you saw last June and what you're seeing now. There are obviously many, many changes, but some of the larger ones that impacted the numbers. The first one was, if you could do it, is the first major change was that we did end up the year slightly better ending fiscal year 25. And so our base that we started our projections with was slightly better than it was previously when we estimated that in June. So we did update the projections for that. The second bullet point is we did include in the projections our lower level of expected first-year resident students. So we not only took that down in 26, but we took that down for all the future years as well, because there's no reasonable reason to think that that was going to just pop up. If you go to the next one, we talked about this, that we did dive in, and there was actually a greater PERS impact on our blended OP rates. So we updated those numbers to make sure they're as accurate as possible. We did increase, as Brian mentioned, the number of net TTF hires. And then finally, when we looked at everything overall, our updated projected kind of structural deficit, we had initially been estimating it at 25 to 30 million. With these changes, we think it came in slightly above 30 million, meaning what's the level of cuts you need to take today so that by the end of the projection period, you're roughly balanced. So we did all of that. One thing I just want to share, and I'm guessing most of you have seen many of the headlines, the cuts that we are going through are not unique. We actually have had times when we went through a lot of cuts that were unique because of our situation with international students and our situation with PERS. But there are cuts going on at universities all across the country. Brian actually pulled these headlines for me. There's other big flagship universities, Michigan State, Nebraska, within the state of Oregon. I think most of the universities are actually going through cuts. Oregon State, I think these headlines are PSU and Southern. And there's also challenges at some of the private institutions. We've got headlines as well, University of Chicago, Brown. It's just a reality that many of us are facing really significant challenges that we had not faced in prior years.
Okay, so let me talk a little bit about the process that we undertook. First, I'll say a few words about the administrative units. So the president directed each vice president to develop scenarios of 2%, 4%, and 6% for the budget cuts in all of our administrative portfolios. And, we were very intentional in doing that, in consulting with our unit leaders across our portfolios and trying to find out how best to do this in a way that would be as strategic as possible. And then we had meetings with the president to discuss the line item cuts and the impact that those would have. The intention there was to make sure that we were being mindful of how the projected reductions would impact other units across the university. So making sure that we brought a holistic perspective to bear on what each administrative unit was doing, each vice president's portfolio was doing. In addition, for the schools and colleges, I worked with the deans to establish a set of principles for the budget cuts. These would be principles that would animate our work together in identifying possible cuts across the schools and colleges. And the part of that process was to ensure, we really emphasized in that we had to make sure that we protected as best we could the academic mission of the university, the teaching and research mission. Part of that also involved a commitment from the deans that we would not do across the board cuts. We talked in the previous slide that we had a 2.5% average cut to the schools and colleges, but we intentionally did not just distribute that down evenly across the schools and colleges. We took into consideration the opportunities and the challenges each school and college had in terms of trying to identify the cuts that they had to make. And so that also involved a consultation process on two different kinds of levels. And just like with the administrative consultation process, the schools and colleges administratively consulted with their heads, unit leaders, and associate deans and unit heads to try to get as local a level of wisdom and insight on the kind of reductions that we had to make. But in addition, because we were considering the possibility of a program elimination, academic program elimination, and reductions that would have involved the laying off of tenure track faculty, the Article 25 of the collective bargaining agreement indicates the need to have a structured consultation process in addition, in which I engaged with the University Senate to ensure that we had the proper level of consultation with the Senate. And that led actually the Senate leadership to identify a Senate Budget Task Force who was willing to work over the summer and look at information that we provided, and to do that under a agreement that we would have confidentiality so that we really could share as much of the information that we were receiving in the provost's office for them to review. So that was the process that unfolded on two levels.
At a high level, where we are right now is we have implemented budget reductions that total a little over $29 million on a recurring basis. And again, that is a combination of actions across the entire institution, some that were needed simply for units to balance their budgets, some that were needed to do additional budget reductions beyond just simply a balanced budget. As you all are aware, most of our expense is in personnel, and so we did have a large portion of that impact in personnel. We do have some cuts on the SNS side. We also have some elements of SNS, supplies and services, that actually it's really challenging to cut, and they're actually going up in costs, things like utilities and insurance and IS infrastructure, those kinds of things. And then there were some places where units were able to identify what we called funding source shift, where they might have had an activity that fit a restricted gift or some other area where they could charge that activity. Obviously, if they're charging something to an auxiliary or restricted gift, it needs to meet the parameters of that spending for that unit. So there weren't a lot of opportunities to do that, but units did look at places where they might be able to move expenses off of the E&G fund and onto more restricted funds where those activities meet the restrictions. And so in total, again, what we're looking at is recurring cuts. Now, the cuts will not all, we'll get into this a little bit further on, the cuts will not all have an impact the first year because we're implementing them after the start of the year, and a lot of them do involve people, and people have notice requirements during which we keep folks employed and keep paying them. That can vary from a month to a year depending on the type of position. But in total, when you look at it going out into the future, the sum of all of these actions is about $29 million in terms of reduction of expenses. If you keep going, we did want to give more detail as the large share of this was on the personnel side. And the first thing I'll note is something that Brian said in his earlier presentation, which is when we had a sense in the spring that we could be facing a challenging budget situation. We didn't know for sure where the May deposits were going to come out, but we knew from the discussions that we had had that there could be budget challenges coming. We did ask units to think very hard when vacancies came up of whether they absolutely needed to fill those positions or whether they could hold those positions for a while so that if we did end up in a budget reduction situation, they could at least look at those positions and see whether there are opportunities to reduce positions that don't affect people. And so we did have 59 of those where we were able to make those decisions. Now, I will say there is still hiring going on at the university. I had a reporter ask me about this. You know, if you did vacant positions, why does your HR website still have hiring? Well, we have over 6,000 positions at the university, and those positions turn over on a reasonable regular basis. And some of those positions we cannot eliminate because we would have significant challenges. And so there is still some hiring going on, but we had a total of, again, 59 vacant positions. We did unfortunately have 117 that were not vacant that had individuals in them. And what we've laid out here is the breakdown. So you can see how that breaks down between our total, our different employee groups in terms of the impact. So we did have impacts across officers of administration, classified staff, career faculty, and other staff. Turn to the next slide. We did get some questions about the timing of the actions, and so wanted to provide you with a little bit more detail here on those actions related to individuals. About half of them, 57, actually took place in the spring and the summer, and that was really mainly led by units that had ongoing budget deficits and needed to take faster action because of the fact that they had been working on ways to address budget issues that were prior to the actual reduction exercise, just needing to get their expenses in line. And then more recently, we had about 60 actions that took place in the last couple weeks. And so in total, again, 117 positions that were affected with, that were filled.
So Jamie, just to be clear for everybody, on the previous slide, there were 59 positions that never were filled.
That were,
That-
had been vacant, meaning someone had left
And we
them
didn't
and
fill
we
'em.
held them. Yes,
No,
and
nobody
then
lost their job.
Yep.
We didn't fill them.
Yep.
Okay. And then the second slide is there were 60 recently that were eliminated. There were 57 that were eliminated because they were over budget in their department.
Yes, although I will also say that some of the schools and colleges, like I'm thinking the law school, took some actions earlier just because they start earlier, correct?
Yeah, yeah. So there were some of those in the June numbers that were anticipating. We had already announced the budget cuts, so it would be part of the cuts, but largely it was addressing the budget deficits.
I would also say these slides represent kind of permanent filled positions. We do also have and are expecting impacts with some of our student positions, some of our GE positions, and some of our pro tem faculty positions. And those are generally budgets where the units don't give us headcount data. They're just looking at overall budgets. And so, for example, there are reductions anticipated in the future in budgets that the schools and colleges have for graduate employees. The plan, as I understand it, is that all current commitments to current Gs will be honored, but in the future, as GE lines turn over, there are some schools and colleges that are planning to reduce those number of lines because they need to do so in order to meet their budgets. So that's just an example. And the same thing with a lot of our not a lot, but with some student positions where some units have budgeted to hire fewer students when they come back in the fall. So.
Okay, so let me provide you with some examples of impacts. These are just examples. It's a selective indication of some of the impacts that these reductions will have. The first one here is that we're eliminating the UOPD Community Service Officer Program, except for in housing and here on the Portland campus. We're restructuring and reducing the size of information services user support team, canceling all print journal subscriptions in the library, and we've had some reductions in library staffing in some areas that will likely delay access to new material for our students and faculty. Significantly reducing custodial cleaning of individual offices on campus. The current practice is weekly, and we're going to be moving to monthly. Eliminating the continuity planning program in safety and risk services. And many units have staff reductions that will affect the service levels and timelines. This is one of the things we've been talking a lot about is when you take a budget reduction like this, you're going to see services change and there'll be fewer services accessible to us. As Jamie mentioned, we'll have a general fund supported, a reduction in general fund supported graduate employee positions. Again, reiterating the point that all current commitments are going to be maintained and followed through on. This is talking about future GE positions. This was one of the ways that some colleges were able to address their budget reduction targets. And we'll have select increases in class size and limits on some course offerings. And we've tried to be strategic around those impacting non-majors. And of course, we will continue to enforce our minimum class sizes, and that will likely result in more tenure-track faculty teaching more students. So these are some of the things we anticipate in terms of the impacts of the reductions.
Have we thought about reaching out to employees to think about what are ways we can be more cost effective? Like, I'm still struck by the fact that you have a hiring committee for an executive assistant. Like, that seems like a lot of people hours for a position. I get it when we're doing it for the president, but for an executive assistant, you know, I'm sure there's other places where we could ask team members what are things that we're doing that seem to waste time, maybe try to break through some barriers. You know, I always feel like I used to always say, never let a good crisis go to waste. I can't remember who first said that, but that is one of my favorite lines.
Yeah, I'd say a couple things. One is we did open up for suggestions from staff and faculty and whomever about ideas folks have around things we could do that could possibly save money or bring in new revenue. So we are certainly open to that. And I would also say that you know, one of the things that we talked about in going through this process is, you know, we don't have a lot of extra people lying around, so everybody's working really hard. And if we're eliminating positions, then we are eliminating work that's being done and services. And so while I certainly think teams are going to be scrambling to try to figure out, okay, we have fewer people, you know, how can we work in the most efficient way possible? We also did want to acknowledge that those folks were doing really good work, and sometimes we just can't keep doing everything that we were doing. And so that was part of what we were trying to be very, you know, careful about, is not just assuming that the people left are going to be able to do everything that the people who are no longer with us were doing before. And so that's where we tried to be very specific in some cases about just eliminating programs that we had before. There's no question that teams are going to try to think about how to operate as efficiently as we can in this environment, because we have teams that, you know, really want to provide service to campus, and they're going to try to do everything they can to be as effective as possible. We do have some cultural issues. I think the search committee is a great example of, you know, just some things about the way things have always been done that I think it's good to question at times. So,
on the frequently asked questions site for strengthening UO, there's a Qualtrics form for submitting ideas.
Yeah.
That's probably what you were talking about. Do you know how many submissions you got through that form?
I will say we got some. I saw some of them. I didn't probably see all of them. We often had folks who were making suggestions about other areas, I think, not necessarily their own areas. And those are always interesting. But obviously anything that comes through, I think we'd be willing to take a look at. And I did see many of them. And some of them are things we're already trying to do, quite frankly. So they're good ideas that are just more challenging to implement.
Does that mean the form's still active and people are reviewing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still active. But one of the many things I think that I've learned over the course of this process is that, you know, when we engage our community, there are insights that can come from that, and so you know, part of what I've been thinking a lot about is how are we cultivating the capacity to share the responsibility of bringing forth ideas that are meaningful and that actually would have an impact at as local a level of the institution as we can have. I mean, there are people who have amazing amount of expertise in their domain, and tapping into their leadership is a really important part of this process.
I'm just curious, following up on that, obviously we're facing budget cuts right now, and so you're soliciting feedback, but is there a plan to continue to just continuously try to improve regardless of what the budget looks like?
Yeah, I would say one of the things that's always amazing to me is how much of that is going on today. It's just at a grassroots level. So every year or two, I usually present to the board a presentation about all the cost savings initiatives that we're pursuing. And that typically, the last one I think was maybe a year ago. That's not usually like things I dictated or the provost dictated. That's really good ideas that people in different departments had. And I just like to go through the process of collecting them so that I can share them and, honor them and report on them. So there's lots of, I think, really good things that are happening typically at a grassroots level as people look at their budgets and are trying to figure out, how do we operate within this? They're coming up with some really good ideas. And so we'll continue to do that because I think it's good to kind of bring daylight to those things that are happening. But I think people are trying to think really creatively across the institution because we have been dealing with very tight budgets for years.
Yeah, David, I mean, you and I have talked a little bit about my interest in thinking about institutional habits and cultivating the kind of leadership habits that we need to build across the institution. We've been thinking about that with Oregon Rising. How are we cultivating the habits that we need to ensure that our students are graduating on time? I'm glad to see some of the progress we're making on that. But the same goes for the kind of capacities we need to have these harder conversations about how we're going to do things differently. Oh, yeah.
One more slide. We have one more slide. So, was there a question?
No, I was just mentioning the last slide.
Yeah, so the last slide's an important one. So as I mentioned before, the total budget actions that we've taken are around that 29.2 million. We did go through, Brian and I went through and actually tried to assess these literally line item by line item to understand, when are things going to actually impact the budget? And not surprisingly, we won't see the full impact of those actions for a while, but we are estimating that in this current year, 26, that about 17.5 million of that will end up reducing costs in our current budget. We then loaded all these actions up into the long-term projections model and the assumptions in there. And what we're showing you here, first of all, this first set of numbers is the updated projections from June prior to the budget actions. And then the second set of numbers is what we're showing as projections once we layer in the impact of the full 29.2 million and how it hits over time. I'll make a couple comments about this. We are not able to get to a run rate even budget this year. We were not expecting to be clear, given the fact that we're taking mid-year actions. And fiscal year 27 does get worse because we're suddenly seeing the impact of graduating that smaller class and not assuming that we're getting more students, all those things. After that, we start to see the numbers in terms of the gap really narrow to the point where we're, I would call it almost run rate even at the point in time in fiscal year 2030 where we're projecting a $1.7 million problem. That's on an 800 million plus budget. And I don't pretend that we can necessarily be that accurate 5 years out. It's just, running the assumptions in the model. So I would say the actions we're taking today are really significantly closing this gap, but we're not all the way there. And so we still need to look at ways that we can continue to operate as efficiently as possible, take advantage of vacancies and other things to make sure that we are bringing these numbers even more in line. But I guess what I'm trying to say, and I'm not doing it very eloquently, is I feel like we have taken very significant action that very significantly closes some of the very scary numbers we were looking at if we were to take no action at all. But it doesn't necessarily get us 100% of the way there.
So Jamie, when you theoretically, if everything plays out, you're anticipating a loss of 4 million this year, right? It's not, okay.
Yes. Yeah.
I know in earlier conversations, that number, we'd had conversations that the number could look different. So I was just.
Yeah, no, if applying the actions that we've taken to this year and reasonable assumptions about when those reductions hit, we are still, with all the set of assumptions that we've talked about, we are still anticipating a deficit in the E&G fund of about 4 million.
Amy?
Yeah, and so that deficit comes out of the fund balance, I take it, the deficit?
Yeah, so what is modeled out here is if you were to simply, if we saw no further improvements and again, crystal ball, things played out as the model, the assumptions that are in the model, what we would see is that over the period of time that it took us to get, roughly balanced, our fund balance would drop from 119 million to roughly 98 million, and that 98 million would represent about 6 weeks of operating expense.
Right, so I thought I had read in the material too that is that weeks of operating expense reduction in 2030 to 6.2 weeks? Is that a penalty that we would take on our bond rating with, say, Moody's and that, or is that something different? Or does this play into that, or?
Yeah, they don't really look as much at the E&G fund on its own. They tend to look at the data that corresponds to the overall institution. Now, if we're losing money in the E&G fund, we would see small drops in, cash and investment pool, those types of things. So I can't speak to the exact, interpretation that they would have. I would say my assumption, although I don't know if Jeff is still here, is that it would be positive from their perspective that we're taking actions to address an upcoming deficit that we see. So I think the fact that we're taking actions would be seen as a positive thing. I cannot predict whether they would say, well, you took actions fast enough or enough, those types of things. I don't know, Jeff, if there's anything more you'd add to how the rating agencies might view this.
In the long run, we won't be endorsing losing money every year forever. I don't think you can make that up on volume. But this is a good way to be able to show the impact of what it is and how it reduces. And in particular, 2027, which has to do with the large class going off, right? Where our deficit actually jumps, doubles, and then comes back down.
Yep, it's large class, it's some salary increases embedded in our programs, it's a slight increase, I believe, in the PERS rates, and then we're not assuming any increased enrollment yet.
Yep. Lillian?
Yeah, I'm just curious, on the last slide, there were 2 items at the bottom about changes in class sizes. And in the conversation with the deans and what we might expect to see with that, maybe encouraging people to leave the U of O for somewhere else with the class size, is that part of the discussion or something we could think about for the fall and seeing that realized?
Yeah, this is something that we're constantly monitoring, is teaching loads and class sizes and that sort of thing. So that'll be an ongoing conversation with the deans. We are a major research university that has a research mission as well. So we have to make sure that we're attending to both sides of the mission.
Is there a sense that that is something that we should be worried about?
I don't have, I'm not worried about it in a way that would be different than I'd worry about it any year.
And Chris, I think you'd agree that given the cuts, given the layoffs that we've talked about, there's very, very few to tenure and career faculty. So I think there's going to be a negligible effect on class sizes. And so this last item is we have sort of standard ideas about the efficacy of teaching small enrollment classes. And I chafe at the idea that small enrollments are necessarily high impact, but we aren't always as vigorous as we should be, or as we should be in being disciplined about whether we go ahead and teach these small enrollment classes. And so I think this last point is, if students aren't registering for a class, we probably shouldn't be teaching it that term, and be more disciplined about what classes we allow to be taught and what classes we aren't going to allow to be taught. I think that's really, Chris, you correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's what this last item is about.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any other questions for Jamie or Chris?
I'm curious. Oh, you do, Andy?
Yeah, knowing we can't cut ourselves to success, and I appreciate all the hard work that's gone into this, and I know it's challenging because it's human beings and it's their lives, but if we flip it around to what resources do we need, and do we have enough of those for evaluating the alternatives of how we're going to grow revenue? You've got $1 million in the strategic investment fund, but has there been discussions, as we look at online presence or other things that maybe we haven't heard about yet, are we adequately funding those, or how are we going to fund those, and what do we need to be thinking about?
I'll start with that. So yes, I'll say this also probably tomorrow in my report. We've combined UO online and continuing professional education into a unit that is really designed to help us expand our strategic approach to online learning and also to expand our reach in terms of continuing education and non-traditional students and through online or through other means. So that's something that I'm very interested in pursuing. We need to diversify our revenue streams at the university, and so that's a component of that. There's summer, which is a really important component of our offering. We had a slight increase this summer in that. I'm interested in reinforcing a model over the summer that incentivizes schools and colleges to just be creative in terms of what we're doing over the summer. So there are opportunities for us to diversify our revenue streams.
David? I'm just curious, so the picture doesn't look pretty and there's a lot of downside risks. And so in an effort to be proactive, are we looking at formalizing any type of cut process? Say like, oh, if we see a 5 million, like right now, this process was, we saw a roughly $30 million cut. We're gonna have a process tailored to how do we identify $30 million in cut. But like trying to be more future facing so that we have a process already in place. If we need to cut X amount, this is what we're gonna do, and just like, so we can have a plan and be proactive rather than reactive. Is there anything like that in the works? And maybe I'm just very process oriented,
Right.
so I like a process, but maybe that's not something that is even feasible. So feel free to comment on that too.
I mean, generally, I like to be proactive too. The part I would say that's hard about this is the people component, because it's really, really hard to continuously go through cut processes that involve layoffs and people. And so what we've tried to do is really scale this one to what we thought was the magnitude of the reasonable problem, but not try to get out ahead of things that might happen to us, just because the steps we would need to take would have such an impact on people's lives and on service levels. But we may be in a situation where we do have to do another round of cuts if there are dramatic impacts to our budget because of enrollment losses or the feds or the state. I worry a little bit about putting something official in place just because I think it has a really big negative impact on campus when we have to go through this. And so the psychological idea that we're just going to keep going through it all the time, I think could be hard. But it's interesting in questions about how to get out ahead of stuff, because there's no question that we're in a challenging fiscal environment right now. So it's a good question.
Yeah, maybe I would jump in there too to say, you know, we're looking at on the academic side, the budget model that we're using and thinking again about how we're working with our schools and colleges to cultivate the habits of building sustainability across all of our decision making as part of it. So, you know, we've talked in this group, here's my beginning of my second year here with all of you, we've talked many times about how we are good at adding programs. We just add. And, you know, there's joy and creativity in adding. I would say there's also an opportunity to be creative when we think about reductions and identifying things we really want to focus on and think about the kinds of things we want to stop doing. So that's a lot harder, and it's something that, you know, we've had to do this summer in a very painful way. And we're going to have to continue to learn how to do that over time.
I just wanted to follow. I wasn't saying like we should continuously cut, but what I was more hoping for is I heard a lot of just fear because of uncertainty, because people didn't know anything. And so by having some type of, you know, it doesn't have to be like digging into the minutia, but saying like, hey, we have identified X amount of cut. And so that generally means this. People are just going to be more comfortable because at least they know, rather than having uncertainty weigh on them. But I understand also your point of, you also, yeah, every situation is different, and so every cut is going to be different.
Connie.
Thank you. I actually wanted to say thank you for the transparency. I mean, this is incredibly hard work, and I can only imagine on campus how hard it is, and to look out at these numbers and know the road ahead. But you can't fix it if you can't address it unless you know. So from the board perspective and wrapping back to Cody's presentation on our core responsibility, I really appreciate the transparency and hope we continue as decisions happen and things change and your model hardens or changes, for us to be able to keep eyes on it and see how this morphs and changes over the year.
Tim?
So did we adjust in any way the recruitment budget for Derek?
Yeah, so one of the things, well, his unit was part of the budget cut process, just to be clear, everybody was. But it was interesting because sometimes coming in with a fresh set of eyes, folks can take a look at things and reassess what's really necessary and what's not necessary. We have historically always had a process where the president and I sit down with the person in that role to really talk about what they think they need, what they can achieve, what investments will lead to what types of outcomes. And that has actually led to us in the past making significant investments in that area because they're investments that then end up with a return in terms of additional students. And so I don't want to speak for the president, but I imagine that over the coming years, we'll be having similar discussions with Derek to understand what his perspective is and, what some of the potential drivers are.
And would that include people as well as remediation?
We've always, in those discussions, we've always included discussions about scholarship, staffing. We're basically looking to our experts in that area to help us understand, how can you really move the needle? What's going to make a difference?
Okay.
So,
And
Carl, sorry if I got out ahead of you on that.
I mean, if we're incredibly successful and add a whole bunch of students, at what point do we need to start adding staff?
Yeah, so in the model, what we've done in the past is always pay attention to what our ratios are between, assumptions about faculty and staff at a high level versus students. There's a more detailed analysis we need to go through that looks at, what are the specific areas where you would expect staffing levels to vary more directly with students versus other areas where maybe we don't need to add staff and we can just add students. But from a modeling perspective, we've always historically kind of kept track of those ratios to make sure that things don't look like they're getting too out of whack, that you're assuming you're just going to add a bunch of students and not add faculty or not add staff.
Tim, I'm also almost sure that Derek thinks we're probably overinvested in staff in some regions and underinvested in others. We just had a great event welcoming incoming students, Melissa and I, and others from Derek's team in Chicago with 15 students who are thrilled to be coming to the University of Oregon. And there's one recruiter there, and she's covering, I think she said, Missouri, Indiana, Illinois, and Wisconsin. And that's could be really fertile territory for us now coming into the Big Ten and these students having great experiences.
Jamie, we're going to wait on the budget expenditure until tomorrow and just review it tomorrow. I think you're going to be here at that time, right? And there's time slotted for that at the end. So we'll hear public comment and then we'll cover that and hear what you have to say tomorrow. All right. Any other questions? We have one more item, but we're going to cover this not on our agenda. Yes, Lily?
One really quick question, which is kind of a higher level question. One of your earlier slides mentioned principles that you developed with the deans for the cuts. I was wondering if there were any examples of some of those principles that you could share today.
Yeah, so a couple of them included, well, the primary one was really protect the mission, the academic mission of the university. That was the top tier priority. Another one was use data to inform our decision-making process. Another involved a commitment to try to be as creative as we could by engaging at as local a level as we could in the system. And as I said, there was a commitment across the deans that we wouldn't just hand down a 2.5% across the board reduction. So it's easy to say that. And it's harder to live that out. We did do that, and I'm really grateful for the work that the deans did to have some very difficult conversations and decisions this summer.
Yeah, thanks for reiterating that, and thank you for your work.
One last thing before we get to the last item. Connie asked about execution risk of kind of disruption with the federal government, state government, everything happening around to Oregon Rising. As I've been mulling it over, there's risk in everything, but no, I don't think that that's wildly disruptive. Our efforts to remove impediments to timely graduation, it's internal. Like if the world of financial aid gets turned upside down with federal loans, yeah, it'll be a little bit more challenging, but there's so much we can do to build best in class in careers. It's working with our alums, it's working with companies, it's trying to bring out transferable skills as part of our curriculum. Flourishing is more difficult, but the provost is fond of saying, and I think it's absolutely true, flourishing becomes even more important in difficult environments. It's easy to flourish when everything is going great. And so paying attention to those ideas, I think, ever more important. And then, you know, amplifying the things that are distinctive about the University of Oregon. We're going to continue in our research program. We'll continue to do that. And so, yeah, it adds noise, but I think it doesn't meaningfully disrupt what it is that we're trying to accomplish.
That is great to hear. Thank you.
Steve, I just had one thing I just thought about. We haven't heard anything on housing, and so I assume that with everything that's happening, it's not going to affect the housing that we have coming on board, and we're not going to just have vacant dorms and.
Yeah, so the latest I heard from Michael, he still feels strongly about the project moving forward. One of the interesting things about housing is their rate structure is not dependent on residency. So the fact that we're shifting towards more resident students and fewer non-residents doesn't affect their revenue structure in the same way. We are slightly lower than where we were projecting in the spring, but they also have a lot of continuing students that are interested. So the last time I talked to them, he was still pretty strongly, you know, on the path of moving forward. But it's a great question.
Before we get to our last item, on behalf of all the trustees, we recognize how hard this has been for each of you. The deans, department heads, administrative unit heads, the three of you have dealt with this for months. We know it's stressful. It's very, very, very hard. Of course, we also recognize with all the staff how the impact on them, and nobody takes that lightly, and we know you don't. And so we just want on behalf of the trustees, we recognize how hard this has been to go through it. And thank you for the time you put in to share. We went through a lot of detail. It was important to hear it and hear the logic and the thinking. So we appreciate that time, and we also appreciate what you've gone through and the whole university has gone through. We're going to end with something on a little bit brighter note, because one of the 4 pillars of Oregon Rising is flourishing. And we have one of our own trustees, David Morgan, I call him Morgan, has put together a little presentation.
Awesome. It's weird to be on this table, but well, thank you, Steve, for giving me time to present on this project. That's very near and dear to my heart. Cody, do I need to do anything to switch to that presentation? Oh. Awesome. Well, the program that I'm presenting about is called the Flourishing by Art program. So for a little bit of background, like Steve mentioned, last September, Carl presented the strategic plan, and one of the key pillars, goal 3 specifically, was creating a flourishing community. And as a student leader on this campus, I really wanted to challenge myself and think, how can I help this campus flourish? But it was a very difficult question to answer because I couldn't really, flourishing is not something you can put a finger on. And so I had to define what it means to flourish and what helps me flourish before I could do that. And so that took a while to just, you know, have this question answered. And so it was swirling in my head for a while. And about a couple of months later, so 6 months later, I was sitting with my best friend. He had come visited for his spring break, and we're sitting in front of the Thinker Duck outside of Lillis. And as one does, we were talking about the university strategic plan, you know, normal stuff. But I was telling about this notion that I was grappling with, is like, what makes us flourish. And one of the things that came up in that conversation that we could both very much agree on is art. This beautiful expression of humanity and human emotion. Whenever you're in a space that has art, you tend to flourish just a little bit more. And we had just walked through Eugene, and Eugene is riddled with all these beautiful murals. I have some attached on the slide that I've taken pictures of. And so sitting in front of that thinker duck, looking at all the bare brick, we got the bright idea of, well, wouldn't it look cool if we had murals all over campus? And so that was kind of what we did. Oh, there was an update to the slides that didn't get put in, but basically, so I'll just go on the fly, but basically the idea was simple. How do you add student art to student spaces? The operationalization was a little bit more difficult than I anticipated, but we got it through. And so over the next couple of slides, we're gonna see the 4 pieces of art that got implemented over the last 3 months. And the first one is Flora and Fauna by Stella Pritchard. And so this was a new mural that is in Global Scholars Hall, and it depicts just local flora and fauna around the Eugene area. And she did a really phenomenal job. And then the next one is Field Guide by Anthony Ryder. And this is in the Justice Bean Hall, and it depicts the Willamette River with a duck in the foreground and oxen in the background. Also, again, really phenomenal job. I've been thoroughly impressed with the quality of work that the students were able to produce just all around. And then we have Untitled by Danny Jacobs and Lucy Rutherford. And these were in the Living Learning Center. And also just to appreciate the size of all of these paintings, like these students really did a phenomenal job. And it's just, all of these spaces have been much improved with this art. And finally, this is the Mirror Quilt by Parisa Garzian. It was mixing Iranian mirrorwork with a design in the pattern of an American quilt. And in the updated slides, I had the completed work that's now sitting in Global Scholars Hall, but that's okay. Steve, you have a question?
How were the artists selected?
It was a 2-step process. So there was an application process, and then they got sent to ASUO, who funded the project, and they recommended all the pieces of art that they liked. And that got sent to housing, where we formed another committee that then finally selected finalists.
Was it hard to find spaces to use the art?
No, there's a lot of blank walls on this campus, so that was not an issue. Although I did find out through this process that more people than I would have thought really liked the bare brick on campus. So we had to move to indoors, but that is a learning process. But this truly was a huge process and undertaking. So a little bit of stats. To bring this to life, it took 28 student workers and senators, including myself, 8 student artists, 31 staff and administrators, and 14 faculty. And none of these people had this in their job description. None of them needed to do this. All of them did this because they wanted to and because they wanted to help our campus flourish. And so that was one of the most encouraging parts of this was, in total, that's 81 ducks across 9 departments taking up a project that just helps the campus flourish. And I also want to emphasize just how much enthusiasm there was for this. This project happened in 3 months. And for those of you who are been in higher ed, you know that a project of this size and this scale and this breadth of institutional engagement doesn't often happen in that timeline. And so just the fact that it could happen in 3 months from ideation to completion really speaks to just how ready people are to help this campus flourish when there's a vision presented to them. So yeah, with that, I'll take any questions. Oh, wait. I forgot thank yous. So Steve, again, thank you for letting me present this. Carl, again, thank you. This could not have happened at the speed that it did if you did not flourishing as a strategic plan. Like there were so many times where I would be in a conversation with someone and I could say, flourishing, it's part of the strategic plan, so this is helping the university. So thank you for being bold. And then Lillian, for those of you who don't know, outside of the board, she's my boss in university housing. And so thank you for when I came to you with this project. I know you were a little bit hesitant, but you let me run with it and you guided and supported me through it all. So thank you for that.
In 3 months. It's unheard of. Yeah. Everybody worked very hard to make this happen, so.
All right, so when's 2.0?
Well, now I'm trying to find money for that because, well, ASUO's budget is not as big as it was last year. But It is
What is
only
it- what does it take?
$8,000. It was $8,000 for all 4 pieces of art, so I'm open to suggestions.
Go talk to the foundation.
It's very cool, David. Thanks.
Of course.
That's fun to share. All right, just details now. So from 5 to 6, we're going to have a reception with the architecture program presentations, and then I'll be back over at the Library and Learning Center where we were earlier today. At 6 o'clock, we'll be taking vans and we'll be going to dinner at Olympia Provisions. So you've got about 30 minutes to stretch your legs and read email, whatever you do. Thank you for everybody for today. Oh. Jane's buying. Yes.